and everyone working? This is the question we all ask ourselves. Is it working?
Well, time for Fleet to poke it and see what happens.
Hello, everyone. If it's working, say hi in the chat. Or send questions.
Nope, not yet. It's not ready yet. Hang on.
You
An
are
advert
not
just came up. Yep, I think we could.
You're not allowed a sausage. You're not allowed it. We've been over this.
Hang on.
I'll give you as many biscuits as you want. You're not getting any of my sausages.
Yep, it's up. We're live. We're here. We're going. I think I can hear myself. Yes, we're good. We're live. We're here. We're going. Excellent. Marvelous. Fantastic. Brilliant.
And the only way I could defend my sausages was to eat them. I was going to have them here as a snack the whole way through, but I had a poodle who was trying to put his nose in the bowl. I don't know. Dogs. Yes, the Discord question, Fred, should be up and should be working there and should be live.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, it's from 225 and it's from Knight 6831. In terms of defensive AA, how limited was HMS Eagle's upgradability? How much money do you want to spend?
It's basically, yeah. Dr. Clarke's basically got it in one.
That's the question. How much money do you want to spend? Do you want to spend oodles and oodles of money, which is cheaper probably to build a new carrier? Or do you want to just upgrade her? And if you want to upgrade her, that's your limit. Is how much is she worthwhile, or how much is worthwhile spending?
Exactly.
Ultimately, probably some twin 4-inch, and ultimately some 40mm pom-poms. Probably sensible, but that's about it. What you do, and how many of those you put in would probably depend on who's in charge of the upgrade at the time, and what kind of reference judgment they're going to make.
Basically, it all comes down to well, basically, when is she upgraded, and how far is the Royal Navy willing to move with the times? You're not looking at putting anything turreted on her, so you'll be limited to single, open, or shielded mounts with dual or AA guns.
Yeah.
But you're not short on deck space to work with. It's not a terrible situation.
And you've got some guns you can remove to make up for it. So it's not bad. It's how much money do you want to spend?
Eagle's in a much better situation than Hermes is. Hermes has problems because of the smaller size and slightly less room to plonk guns without interfering with flight operations.
Sorry, I've got a poodle being slightly insistent that he should be centre of view. You know, he even does a slow-mo head turn towards the camera. Seriously?
He's learning.
My dog is
beginning to evolve.
He has evolved. Look, he does that. Look, there's me, dog looking at the questions, everything, and there's him turning towards the camera going, Hello, gorgeous. Yes, you're wonderful. So,
putting AA on a carrier is a last line defense. I mean, yes, Leslie, it is, but also you'd be very, very silly to not put AA on a carrier.
Basically,
because that's just asking.
The reason the Royal Navy put the 4.5-inch guns they did on the Illustrious class and the other things is literally because, to a certain extent, the carrier's an extra thing which can add to the barrage and that breaking up. But you have to remember again the different roles of AA. The fighters are supposed to break up the strikes, and if they kill someone, great. But if they break it up, that's even better. So they break up the strikes into flights or squadrons, and then the heavy AA breaks it up into flights, into pairs or single aircraft, and then that allows the 40mm sort of the light AA stuff to medium and light AA to concentrate and kill. That's the air defense profile. And at every level, they're hoping it's going to cause people to turn back. Some people are going to get scared by the fighters. Drop their bombs and run. Some people are going to have a close encounter with a 16-inch shell from a nail rod and going to go, you know what, I really feel that my life is better elsewhere. And they're going to go. Some people are going to wait till they see Tracer zipping towards them, and then they're going to drop their bombs early and get the hell out of Dodge. Excuse the French. And then there are going to be some who will press in, who will press home the attack. And honestly, that's what they spend a lot of money and a lot of time trying to train pilots to do it in the face of all that. And even then, they acknowledge, all the sensible Air Force acknowledge, and the Naval Air Services, etc., that there's going to be a percentage of pilots, no matter how much you train them, and no matter how good they look on paper, they ain't never going to press it home.
Yep.
Which is why standoff weapons become such an appreciated thing, because they don't have to press it home. They can disassociate.
It's why you see navies revert to the torpedo bomber late in the Second World War, because the torpedoes can be dropped from further and further and further away. Whereas dive bombers still have to do a very, 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 very exciting plunge on a target.
You got a furball? Sorry. Yes, they do, and they have to get very, very close and go through all that AA. And it's also why they start looking for rockets and other systems. And are you trying to get up in my lap? You are a weird fluff tonight, aren't you? You're literally turning me round in my chair. He's literally turning me around. Hello. But no, it's a whole thing. The whole problem with the AA defense and how you're putting it together is there's a reason why we call it a layered defense. And it's not because that those layers are an individual layer is supposed to be the kill layer that you're never going to get past. And that's actually when you get to the problem. And it's you get, especially into the modern discourse, people start talking about Aegis and Patriot and these systems, and they go, "Oh yeah, they're blanket area defense," and you go, "They're not. They are against certain types of attacks, and so they are going to deal with it all day, long before it becomes a threat. But they're not going to stop everything." Because you're supposed to, they are supposed to be as part of a layered air defense approach, because that's what we build, because that's what's effective. You have a layered approach. It's the same as with armor, with anti-ship, with land attack, all these things. You have a layered approach. You don't have a one-size-fits-all solution.
Yep.
Alright, question 224. What would it have taken for the Royal Navy to adopt the Gloucester Sea Meteor F3?
Didn't they adopt the Gloucester Sea Meteor? I thought they did.
Sea Meteor F3. I think. That's the wiki. That's only in War Thunder. War Thunder that comes up. In terms of naval operations, they converted several F3s into navalized aircraft, but I think they later brought in only the trainer, as they had the Sea Vampire.
Yes, the Sea Vampire.
By the time they get around to adopting jet aircraft, they've got far better jets coming into service.
Yeah, Meteor's always just the first step on the road to success.
What if the Royal Navy had working 855 psi steam boilers and turbines by the time warspite's refit? How far could you go with 6 high pressure boilers, and what other impacts on the RN? Well, if you got boilers of that level, let's see, you're going to need turbines equivalent to be able to take the power. You're also, with her things, her speed is orientated for up to 28 knots really. Her hull form is fine. The ceiling's roughly 28 knots for her hull form before it becomes wildly inefficient. The low form is 23 knots.
Moved, or am I blind? Or have Bruship questions moved?
What do you mean?
As in, I can't see them.
No, they're in Bruships Q&A questions. That's where they're turning up. Basically, you are giving boilers which operate at roughly twice the PSI. The Royal Navy's standard operating conditions, and please note it's always specified as standard operating conditions, for the free drum boilers was roughly 300 PSI, but there are interesting modifications made to some of them. And some of them are modified quite heavily. So I would say it's roughly doubling your PSI. Warspite, as it is, can do 72,000 shaft horsepower. If we take another vessel with... This is with 8 water tube boilers of that sort of rough level. That's an Iowa class, which is roughly 212,000 shaft horsepower. So, my thinking would be you would probably be talking about 150,000 shaft horsepower, perhaps capable of getting out of that speed and that pressure. And if you can get that much out, you're basically tripling. You're doubling her shaft horsepower, so I'd say 28 knots you're looking at, possibly even faster. But that's a sheer brute force speed. So that's the sort of speed at which I hope you're also... Well, luckily they were quite well-built hulls, but also you're probably going to need to reinforce the bow. Sort of thing. Because if you...
Yeah, that's the sort...
You're officially getting to 23 knots with 72,000 shaft horsepower. You've now got 150,000 shaft horsepower. 28 knots is, I think, fair. But
dear Lord, you better hope that the shock damage is not going to write off your ship.
I think if you do more than 28 knots, you're then you're going to be having interesting things affect. I think 28 knots is probably going to be the ceiling for what you can do before you are starting to literally do a Rodney to your engine, to your hull instead of your engines.
Yeah, basically.
And how does it? What other impacts does it have on the RN? If the RN has got that boiler in that time, then they're going to be refitting everything from 1937 onwards. Is going to be having those boilers. So, in nicest way, King George V's are going to be. How do I put this politely?
Possibly 30-knot ships, maybe. Depends if the hydrodynamics are good.
Well, the hydrodynamics are pretty darn good. It's pretty much the same hull which is planned for the Lions, so it's pretty much the same hull for them. And so the Lions are they have 8 boilers and can do 110,000 shaft horsepower. So we could be talking with 8 such boilers, and this is what I pointed out about the Lions. They had 8 Admiralty free drum boilers and we're going to get 130,000 shaft horsepower. So if you've got 8 of these higher PSI ones, you could be talking something equivalent to an Iowa, which has 200 and something, 212,000 shaft horsepower. So if you're doubling the shaft horsepower on a King George V, that's not going to be a 28 knot ship, that's going to be a 33 knot ship. And the Lion was expected to do 30 knots with 130,000 shaft horsepower. Now, you add another 70,000 onto that, and that's probably also getting up to 33 knots. So probably you're looking at both getting up to 33 knot designs. In which case, they're not just fast battleships, they are scarily fast battleships. And the Battle of Denmark Strait becomes a very different battle, because under that scenario, then there's a good reason to keep the Force, because with the Force able to do 33 knots, both Prince of Wales and King George V able to do 33 knots, then the odds are Hood gets left behind, or rather Hood's off with the carrier, doing the supporting the carrier operations, and they're the free range pair.
Yep.
And that's 2 33 knot King George V's coming down on you. That's a scary experience. That's a significant emotional event for even a Bismarck type. Because he'll be going,
yeah, that is
I have 8 15-inch guns! We have 20 14-inch guns. How much more power... What do you think the advantages of your 15-inch gun versus our 14-inch gun? Is it enough to overwhelm 2.5 times the number of guns?
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, isn't it?
Your 15 inches. It's lovely. It's a lovely weapon to have. You are literally going to be facing 20 shells, 14-inch shells every time we fire, and we fire about twice a minute. So you're going to have 14-inch shells coming down to you, and you'll be getting, well, it depends. Is it your decent gunnery crew or your less decent gunnery crew?
To quote a certain famous man who happens to jingle, bend over, grab your ankles, and kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah. Slightly less polite than we usually go for on this channel, but it is appropriate. It's a significant emotional event.
Yeah, pretty much.
Question: have you heard about the Carlson interview? The loon about Churchill was the biggest villain in World War II. It happens every time there's someone who's trying to make a name for themselves. The easiest thing that seems to be for them to do is to slag off Winston Churchill. At a certain point, if you're a public-facing British historian in any way, shape or form, you just either get ready to stand on the hill defending Churchill every time you get there, or just ignore them. And you'll know my views on Churchill. I believe he was pretty much. I believe in pretty much result of evidence he's the best of all the choices available to run Britain during World War II. Do I agree with all his judgments? No. Do I think he was responsible for causing World War II? No. Do I think he was as powerful as, from what I've heard second-hand about that interview, he is being suggested to have been in that period? You must be kidding me. This is the thing. I'm a historian who specialises in going into that period, and I tell you all about some of my research and how I go and read into what's going on, background deals, and what Henderson was doing, and what all these different people were doing who were involved in the process. And I can honestly tell you, Churchill doesn't come up as much as he'd like to write himself into the history of it doing. One of the troubles for Churchill is he's so very successful post-World War II at inserting himself into the narrative that some people actually believe him when he says he had this power. And he didn't.
He did not.
He did not. Mainly because
really
the people who were in charge and did have the power absolutely despised him. Absolutely despised him. In many cases. Because he was their biggest threat. If you want the closest example, and I don't like using this example because it causes comparisons with the individual involved, but I would use UK politics rather than US politics for it because, let's be honest, US politics to UK politics is always a bit weird, the different systems and analysing things. But a close example is Boris Johnson during David Cameron's government. Both are Conservatives. But Boris Johnson was the biggest problem for David Cameron. Because he was a high-profile, well-known politician who he absolutely did not get on with at all. From his own side. And no matter what you do with Boris, he was a problem. And it's the same with Winston Churchill. You can stick him in the wilderness. You can stick him on the backbenches. You can stick him in endless weird committees. He still finds a way to get on the newspapers, to publish books, etc., to do the equivalent of going on Have I Got News For You and writing for the Spectator and the Telegraph. Obviously, quite literally writing for the Telegraph. So, this is the problem. It's a case of Winston Churchill is nowhere near as powerful as as his press likes to make out, and he sometimes likes to make out. But some people just like to point to him and go, yes. But also, if anyone's trying to change the person from starting World War II from the mustachioed man and his bad calculations and bad gambles, then they are doing a lot of copium.
I mean, I would also argue that no one person started the First World War. Simply because... Second World War. Because... it's impossible for one man to shout bang and start the Second World War. The Second World War was always going to happen, it's just a matter of where and when. Same thing with the First World War.
To an extent, but I would also say that it was the Second World War and the First World War both start because of bad gambles made by the leaders of Germany. And both times they're gambling on Britain not getting involved. And you sit there and go, you repeat the same mistake every single time.
Yeah, and you've got the flawed logical thinking regarding a threat from the East. aka in the First World War, German leaders think we have to fight them now, otherwise we're not going to get the chance. And then in the Second World War, it's we have to fight them now because reasons that are far too violent and graphic to go into in this discussion. Because seriously, do not look up what the Nazis plan to do in the East. The history books don't do it justice.
No, and honestly, other stuff the history books don't do justice is the calculations which went through a lot of Nazi leaders' minds. I do think about the military rearmament which was going on. And you have to remember, people start to think the military rearmament was about Germany. It wasn't. Britain, it was partially about Germany, yes, but our naval rearmament was mostly about Japan. The German Navy was tiny. No one was arguing that the Royal Navy needed to be rearmed because of the German Navy at that point. Not seriously. They're making a case of they have the potential. Navy. They're talking about these big ships, so we need bigger, better ships, but not the numbers. The numbers game was entirely Japan.
And to a lesser extent, having to possibly deal with Italy at the same time.
Yes.
So you need some numbers for that.
Yes, I have a Piglet mug. Alright. Question. If there was a war in the mid-20s to mid-30s between minor powers with carrier actions, how does it affect later carrier development? It's going to depend on what the carrier
depends entirely on what minor powers, what carriers, how do the carrier battles go, what's the specifications of the aircraft involved.
What's the specification of the aircraft carriers involved?
Minor powers with carrier actions.
There are no minor powers with carriers in the 20s and 30s. There aren't.
I mean,
in the 20s, pretty much there's only one power operating aircraft carriers, and that's the Royal Navy.
Yeah, it's not till the late 20s that the Americans and the Japanese really get themselves going. Although they do start sprinting as soon as they've got it.
The Japanese have Hosho wandering around, but so literally the only carrier war you could really have in the 1920s, in the mid-20s, is probably going to be the Royal Navy versus the IJN. That's the only options. I'm hoping he's getting food delivered. He was very, very interested in my chipoladas earlier. But yeah, so it would depend on who the powers were. And what if, let's say, there had been something like a carrier race, like the Dreadnought race in South America, and then Argentina, Chile, and Brazil had ended up having a little kerfuffle. And I'm going to say little kerfuffle because let's say they just have a spat at sea with it and their carrier battles. Then you're going to have a lot of information come back about carrier operations. How's that going to change things, though? Well, you've got the pace of the development of aircraft for starters. If they manage, let's say, it's again going to depend on who wins. You know, let's say with those three countries, one of them goes Japan-style doctrine, one of them goes British-style doctrine, one goes American-style doctrine. But the odds are you have Argentina go American-style doctrine and Brazil and Chile go British-style doctrine. So it'd be British-style 1920s doctrine versus American-style 1920s doctrine. And that's going to be Big Strike versus versus constant operations. Which means if the Big Strike gets through and manages to overwhelm defences and actually sink things, then they're going to have done well. But if the big strike doesn't get through, if it gets blocked or lost, and perpetual operations do, then that's going to be seen as a win. But for both scenarios, it's going to be entirely false, because you're probably going to be dealing with small carriers. Probably both sides will have carriers the size of Hermes. In which case, it's going to be pitifully little information really available, or really understandable. Thank you, Cody, for that question. Black Max says, what if the Imperial German Navy had snorkels for submarines by late 1914? Then they come very close. The IGN, the Kaiserliche Marine, come very close to winning World War One. And if they have snorkels by late 1914, they're going to come even closer and possibly win it. Because snorkels means their submarines their vessels don't have to spend as much time on surface they normally do, and that means they won't be as at risk from air threat, and they won't be as at risk from the patrolling vessels. And that's the main disadvantage for submarines, for U-boats, whatever they are, in World War One, is that they are basically, as I said before, torpedo boats which dive occasionally. They're not submarines as we would understand them. But you add in snorkels in 1914 and you have a problem with that.
Yeah. Although I would point out that they went through this brief period of being torpedo boats that can't dive, then they flirted with being gunboats that can't dive, aka the cruiser submarine.
Oh yes.
Then they went back to being, because there was a brief period when the cruiser submarine could win a fight with a small destroyer. Very brief period. But the less said about that, the better.
I would like to point out that brief period where they actually could win a fight with a small destroyer was like 5 minutes, and it wasn't even every small destroyer.
It was longer than that.
No, it was about 5 minutes and wasn't every small destroyer. The moment the destroyers realised they didn't have to shoot to kill, they just had to shoot to damage the pressure hull, they were fine. Suddenly the accuracy, the time taken to aim drops down and they just keep blasting away. And because of their height of position, they have a higher effective firing range than the submarines did.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, we're talking about things like X-1 and the German U-cruisers with their big 6-inch guns. And, of course, the wonderful French Surcouf. That is a ship that can just say, nah, yeah, I'd win.
No.
Although, then again, it does come down to the exact destroyer, and because 1v1s are not won in a vacuum, and wars are not fought in a vacuum.
And it's rare you find a single destroyer wandering around. It's rare. Usually they're wandering around in pairs, and that's just going to make your life a lot nastier.
And I mean, at that point, if you find the destroyer wandering around, you die, and if it hasn't seen you, you dive, work your way into a firing position, and put a torpedo right in his gut.
That's a sensible one. Now, what I will also say, and this is thank you to everyone who's donating money towards Kalax. This is what I'm raising money for on this channel at the moment. Everything is going towards Kalaxes because, for those who don't know, I am getting over pneumonia, just moved. And, yeah, my plan had been to build my own shelf like I'd built in my previous office. And I honestly, I ain't got the stamina to be able to do that at the moment, and all sorts of things. And so I'm having to basically buy in things, including people to hang doors. I have got the fire door ready to go up there now. The person's coming back Monday to actually install it. But I have to say, it is also interesting working out just how much of the books these Kalaxes get filled up, because this Kalax behind me and the Kalax to my right are the two donated by Naval. Very kindly given by Drac. And there's another one as well, which he's giving me, which he's giving the parts of, and I'm going to figure out how to assemble. And they are filled up with. They took 9 boxes to fill up. I have sitting beside me alone. I said 36 earlier while I was Twitch streaming. It's actually 38 boxes of books, and I have another set of boxes of books like that upstairs. And so I'm going to need by my counting, that's another 8 Kalaxes for this room. and possibly 8 more for upstairs, of similar size. So it's fun because I need 2 for every 9. So wish me luck. I need to buy a lot of Kalax. When my paychecks arrive at the end of this month, there is going to be a lot of Kalax ordered.
Dr. Clarke needs Kalaxes. Fleet just needs.
Fleet needs everything. But I'm going to make hopefully my plan is I hope to have enough money to put together a big enough order that IKEA will deliver it straight to the home without charging me, and therefore I don't have to go.
Be so lucky.
I don't have to go pick it up myself, and I don't have to even go pick it up from. They will deliver it for free to the local supermarket. But I'm sort of hoping I can be naughty and get them to deliver it for free and to me. To me, if I order enough.
I mean, it's one of the ideas of all time.
Because then that means I don't have to carry it as far, and I can hopefully get them to offload it into my office, and then I can just build it. And I concentrate on building, emptying boxes, build Kalax, empty boxes, build Kalax, empty boxes, and slowly bring down the tower of books, which I have got beside me. Thank you, Carl. Now, question 223. Does the combined armament of Courageous, Glorious, and Furious of 10 5.5-inch Mark 1, 12 47mm 3-pounder Hotchkiss, and 32 4.7-inch Mark 8 AA, 2 4-inch Mark 5 AA, and 12 40mm 2-pounder pom-poms sound like an incomparable carrier would have?
Honestly, I've been looking at this for a while. I do want to say something that I think is commonly missed, especially in the period that we're talking about, with the early age of carriers. Just because a vessel is significantly larger doesn't necessarily mean that its secondary battery will be significantly heavier. For example, look at the Yamato-class battleships, and compare their secondary batteries to the secondary batteries that Japan was planning for some of its treaty-compliant capital ships.
Yeah.
It's not that much larger or heavier.
I'm worried about people putting money towards the Princess Bride Fund in the nicest way. That's gonna be a separate thing, and I think I've put it at the point of £45,000 or something like that as a massive stretch goal for the Historiathon. But I'm planning a Historiathon, which will be me, I think, broadcasting and answering, doing the longest Bruships I can do, basically. Starting a Bruships on a Friday and see if I can go the whole weekend non-stop answering naval history questions for 48
That would be
hours.
interesting.
Yeah. It's going to be fun. Will I stay awake for the entire time? That's probably less of a problem for me. It's kind of the cruelty. For everyone else, that's pain. For me, functioning insomniac. So you want me to go a couple nights without sleep? Oh, that's fine.
Don't expect me to stay up with you. I can do... Look, Fleet is capable of many things, but not that level of awakeness.
I think within comparables, going back to that one, and a carrier, and trying to work out what it would have. I think it's going to have the AA armament. I don't think it's going to have necessarily the secondary battery armament, because if you consider it, they were usually putting single 6-inch guns. Second, they were arming them as cruisers. So those weapons are capital ship weapons in some regards. Incomparable, you'll probably get in a carrier form. We'll get cruiser weapons. Steve. Yono's Banhammer. As we have had a video on Royal Navy submarines this week, the upgrade of T-class post-World War II to remove guns and increase battery power to improve on-board performance. Did the US do a similar program post-war? I think they did. I'm trying to remember its name.
In fact, it went further than that. It's called the Guppy program.
Ah, yes.
The US went further with their upgrades to the fleet boats that remained than the UK ever did, because the UK just replaced their World War II submarines with the U's. The O's. The O boats, as they became known later on. Whereas the US just didn't build much in the way of new diesel submarines because the nuke boats came along and, well... Yeah, the US built some conventional submarines post World War II, but compared to the numbers that other navies built, the US conventional submarine program kind of tapered off after Nautilus. You have a single class of teardrop-shaped diesel boats to compare with the nuke boats after Nautilus, and then it's just all nukes all the way. Because the US basically got by on its conventional submarines by just guppying every fleet boat they could get their grubby little hands on.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you see them ending up in everywhere because every US partner, when they ask for submarines, says, you know, we've got some guppies here, have some guppies. And then they just get like 3 Gatos thrown at them. Or 3 Tenshers, or take your pick.
I think you skipped some classes.
No, I know. I'm aware there were other vessels between the last of the World War II fleet boats and Nautilus. But I forget the names of them.
It was actually the Amphion class, or Acheron class, which comes post World War II, and V class had basically filled in quite a lot of problems before that. Then it's the Explorers, and the Explorers are interesting looking boats. They're often forgotten. Explorer and Excalibur.
Exploders.
They're interesting looking vessels. They were to test, of course, the high test the peroxide and diesel fuel to achieve exceptionally interesting speeds underwater. And their official top speed is an absolute lie. I will not say how I know this, but I will say I have been confidently informed this by people who were involved in the program that, frankly, the only way you could get a boat could go faster was a nuclear reactor, and they're not even sure that the early nuclear reactors actually made them go faster. They were quite literally capable of ripping themselves apart. And then you had the Amphion class, the A class, and they were originally ordered in 1943 and originally planned to build for 46 to come into service. They entered service 1945, they served until 1974, and actually built only 16. They cancelled 30. And one of them is still preserved to this day. If you're going to see her, she's a really cool looking boat. She's at Gosport, I think, isn't she? It's Alliance at Gosport, isn't it?
Think so.
Yeah.
Though I will admit my knowledge of submarines is limited compared to my knowledge of other things.
Yeah, it's Alliance. She's at Gosport. She is one of the very cool parts of Gosport.
Excuse me.
At Gosport, I have way too much fun going around. I'm only allowed to visit once every couple of years, otherwise I get too excited over the torpedo room.
Dr. Clarke, they'll never change.
I keep trying to hug the torpedoes and going, they're so cute. Apparently that freaks people out.
Put the torpedoes down, Dr. Clarke. You can't take them with you.
You want to bet? Between me and Jack, we've worked out we probably could carry one. When we're both in fit condition. We could carry one between us.
Yo.
We're practicing. Question. I'm faced with a small dilemma. My nation is lacking homes. Do I A, build ocean liners, B, fleet carriers, or C, a helicruiser to deal with this overwhelming issue?
What's this all about?
My nation is lacking homes. Do I build ocean liners, B, fleet carriers, or C, build a helicruiser to deal with this issue? Overwhelming issue. I would say if you're lacking homes, whilst I would love the fleet carrier and helicruiser, let's be honest, the ocean liner's far more comfortable. You can have a swimming pool.
Yes, it is.
A swimming pool, yeah. Mm. Thank you, Runon. The channel's fully open now. I should find a finding in on Master List of what books you have. I know what books I have, and I know where they are. That's about the only aid there is. But no, I do actually have an Excel spreadsheet which has a full list of the books. Doesn't say where they are, but that's because usually my books move around. It's like I tend to organize the shelves based on to extent proximity. There's going to be there'll be a constant reference shelf which has the books which I usually needs references no matter what I'm doing, and then there'll be one set of shelving which will be project shelving. So whatever project I'm currently working on, those books for that project are going to be in there. It'll probably be orientated One side for YouTube videos, one side for books I'm working on, sort of thing, and then the rest will be where the books are being stored. And that's roughly how it gets organised. So in Japan, you're planning to take one of the long lances home. This is why we're taking the Fu with us. This is why we want to take the Fu with us.
I am not carrying a long lance home in my carry-on luggage.
No, we think we need a third person to help us get away with it.
I'm not helping you commit grand theft on a torpedo, Dr. Clarke. I have my limits.
We see Dan and Garius are going to be busy causing a distraction. And Boom Boom
Right.
Dan is going to be causing another distraction. So that only leaves you.
Are you telling me that that I am being roped by you and Drac into literally nicking off with what could only be described as a piece of torpedo property?
No, don't think of it so much as nicking as Royal Navy style borrowing.
You know, sometimes I wonder if getting involved with a ship-shaped crew is good for my health. And then I tell myself to shut up, because if I ask questions like that, I'll have the nice men in white coats appearing.
Probably. Now, if the RN had just gone with the K3 design 1920, could they have launched the most completed by the Washington Treaty, and what impact would they have? If they'd gone hell for leather for it, yes, they could have done. And that's one of the things. They have the industry. They have the infrastructure at that point to do so. A big point, the reason they go for the designs they do, is not because of British infrastructure, which is sometimes misunderstood. I did have interesting times recently with someone who was literally saying, well, I've read this report and it says there's only four dry docks which can support this particular size. And so therefore they didn't build it. I went, hang on. Yes. I was doing the maths and going, no, there's more than four. Hang on, there's only four in the wider empire, though. And so that's part of the problem. The British always have to think of not just the infrastructure in the UK, but the infrastructure in the empire. The empire is both a great advantage, because you have bases everywhere, and a massive problem, because you have bases everywhere, and they need to be maintained.
Basically.
And they need to be upgraded when your ships grow bigger. And the trouble is for the British, especially as they did an ongoing infrastructure improvement program, but it got stopped by World War One. And once you've stopped two of those cycles, it starts to get very expensive. If you have it on an ongoing 6-year cycle, it's quite cheap to do the upgrades. But once you've not done that maintenance for 12 years, it's expensive. And governments suddenly don't want to do it. Because it was an incremental expense every 6 years. Now it's a major expense. Basically what we needed was someone, one of those rich Victorian-style philanthropists to just go and, who'd like to invest in the nation, and go, no, I will pay for it all, government. Don't worry. It'll be a massive employment scheme and I'll pay for it.
Yes, unfortunately those died off, sadly.
Yeah, they're mostly gone by about the 1890s. Questions. Do you know of any instance where log floats were used in riverine warfare, like logs bound together to make a flat surface? The thing is, there are lots of discussions of log rafts at various points in history, but it's how rough-hewn they are. For example, the Romans like to use log rafts at various points in some of their more interesting riverine contests and actions. And the thing is, what the Romans consider, oh, this was a rough-hewn log raft, and what you and I would consider a rough-hewn log raft could be two entirely different things. Because the Romans had so many carpenters with them in a legion who were quite so experienced, and would know exactly how to shape the wood, that it's probably not as rough-hewn as, how do I put this? We might imagine? From, let's say, cowboy movies? where they always seem to lash together just a couple of rope, and then the raft holds together while just past the point of danger, and they won the battle, and then it starts breaking apart to give you more tension as you just thought, oh, they got through that safe point, and oh, now they're in peril from the rushing water, and oh, they're coming up to the waterfall. It's amazing how often that happens, isn't it, Zebedee? I mean, Riley. Sorry.
Yeah.
Ow! Why you get revenge? I'm sorry, I used the wrong name. I just got poked by an elbow. It's painful. What do you see changing of the quad 6 inches already in time for the Belfast? The crown colonies are built as with 3 turrets from the get-go, and they all have 12. They have 12 guns in those 3 turrets, and they're built from the get-go without a 4th turret. That's the first thing you see. Mm-hmm. If the quad 6 is ready, it's going to be an interesting scenario. Quad 6 is. It will also make Belfast and Edinburgh even more interesting, because with 16 6-inch guns each, then they outperform many of the 8-inch gun cruisers in terms of firepower overwhelmingly at that point. Because the British were banking on rate of fire, as it was, and volume of fire of 6-inch versus an 8-inch gun cruiser in any fight between cruisers. If you got 16, even if it's versus 9, it's versus 8, it's 2-1. Versus 9, it's not quite 2-1, but it's not bad. And yes, the quad turrets do not have the same rate of fire as the twin or the triples. They are a slightly lower rate of fire, but they're still not the same rate. They're still a faster rate of fire than the 8-inch gun.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it becomes interesting. Fleeted is in the grunting mood. I think he's got food in front of him.
No, I'm just I know when I have something to contribute, and I know when I don't.
Question: if the full
I am very.
Oh, you always contribute. You've got lots of stuff there. Have more confidence in yourself. I
have confidence.
You need more. If the fall of Norway was delayed 3 weeks to a month, and Germany invades France a month later, is it likely the Marine Nationale would have deployed additional naval forces to Norway? And what? Honestly, if it's delayed 3 weeks to a month, if the fall of Norway is delayed 3 weeks to a month, the only way you can really delay it is if you delay the action by about 3 weeks to a month. And that causes so many different things to happen. And I do realise there are some very interesting Norwegians who are passionate to remind me every time that, the British were just as big a threat to Norway as Germany was, and I go, yes, they were. Doesn't explain why the Norwegians were not at a higher level of alert then. If you're facing potential threats from all around, from both Britain and Germany, then you think you'd be at a higher level of alert, and you'd have orders given out and rules of engagement given out to your forces appropriately. And when you hear about Denmark getting invaded, you would do it by the quickest, most expedient methodology possible to tell your people. Saying we are surrounded by enemies everywhere, so we are not doing anything, is stupid. Let's be honest, it is. It's stupid. It's a case of, it would be like if you said there were a lot of dog poachers around the area where I lived, who were dog nappers, who were trying to nick dogs, and I went, you know what, I'm still going to let my dogs run around the front yard and the backyard without me watching them at all, and with the gates open, and I'm just going to let it carry on as normal. That'd be stupid. No one would do that. You'd say, right then, dogs are going to stay in the back garden, because that's a bit safer. Going to make sure the gates to the front have some locks on them. And that's going to be an initial point. You might stick up, if you're really worried, you might stick up some ring cameras as well, or something like that. So you've got some security vision one. You're going to raise the potential cost for anyone. For instead of them turning up with their van, sticking some steak on a door and luring a dog inside, to, oh, we have to actually go to the property, go into the property, get through a gate, which is locked, making noise and taking time, noise and time, and then get the dogs. And they're probably going to be woofing the whole time, so if there's anyone at home, that's going to alert them as well. You know,
exactly.
You don't sit there. So when I see sort of the argument of, oh, yeah, you know, Norway didn't know what to do because Britain was the front. Yeah, Britain did have ideas. Britain was unsure about Norwegian government's intentions to defend itself, and was worried about that with the view of key ports like Naval, etc., versus the Germans. Turns out the British were right to be worried. That doesn't mean the British were sensible in considering an invasion themselves. It just means they were right to be worried. There were probably better things they could have done, and they should possibly have done. Maybe they should have gone to the Norwegians and gone, hello. Oh, food's arrived for you. Oh!
Hey.
Twice today! I'll let you deal with the next question. Twice today. I'll let you deal with the next question.
Oh, righto.
Thank you for bringing his food in, sister. You've made him very happy.
Oh, for goodness sake! Oh, your typical gunnery officer's going to be upset about this one. Your typical gunnery asks, what are your thoughts on the Fram refit for the Fletcher's submarines and gearings? Do you think it's the right decision for the USN Cold War doctrinally? Well. If it is a deja vu all over again. Oh, it really, really is. I mean, this question, gunnery officer asked me, so I'll be more than happy to answer it. So basically, it was entirely the right decision, especially for those hulls that were completed just at the end of, or pretty much bang on the end of, the Second World War, which were not life expired and had only ever seen peacetime service in the US Navy. I'd argue it was probably entirely the right decision, given the fact that these destroyers could no longer serve in their role as fleet escorts and as independent units that they could serve in prior to that, the 60s. You see them remove a lot of superfluous systems, so the larger numbers of 5-inch guns are removed in favour of ASROC, some limited form of air defence weaponry, like probably a short-range point defence missile, and you see most of their torpedo tubes removed again for similar reasons and replaced with anti-submarine torpedoes, although some Francans do retain some of their launchers. You're basically looking at a US, well, I wouldn't quite call it a genius idea, that's perhaps giving the US too much credit, and we don't want to do that. But it's a fairly novel idea to not only give them a ready-built, cheaply available set of general-purpose light vessels that aren't full-on guided missile destroyers, because the US can see which way the wind is blowing and how its destroyers are ballooning in size, but it gives them crucial experience that they then feed into the program to build frigates. If you look at the US frigates that emerge, you'll see that they are very, very similar in specs, but just far more refined to what basically a Fram can do. Basically. And you basically see the Fram cans basically found the modern doctrine of US frigates. That's what they do.
There's also something else the Fram does, which is really cool, and I want to sort this out, is they bring the Dash into service as well for a lot of them. And the Dash stands for Drone Anti-Submarine Helicopter. It's a gyrodome.
Oh, that MacGuffin.
And the thing is, when someone turns around and goes, drone warfare is really new. Using drones to carry weapons. Drones is part of ASW. This is brand new technology. I'd like you to point to everyone to a picture I put up. This is the fruit of 1950s thinking. Manufactured 62 to 69. First flight 1959. And yes, it flew, it dropped torpedoes. It worked.
And a nuclear depth charge.
It did all sorts of things. It was very useful. And apparently, some of them might still be in service as target hugs.
Which would be utterly hilarious if true.
I have no idea, but this is a rumor, apparently. They are officially... let's put it this way: they have a fun history, but yeah, again, this is the point we try and make, is that quite regularly, is that the idea of let's have an uncrewed system that's going to act as a force multiplier for our crewed systems is not exactly a new one. It's been something people have been trying to bring into service for a long time. What if Bismarck hit an iceberg during the first mission and sunk? HMS Habakkuk gets made.
Also, it's embarrassing for the...
It's embarrassing for everyone if she hits an iceberg and gets sunk. Let's be honest, the Royal Navy doesn't get their revenge.
Yeah.
Although... I said first mission, right? Memory's creaking at the other thing, but... Let's see.
Dr. Clarke's memory be creaking. We got trouble right here in Little City.
Well, technically she does some interesting operations prior to them, but wouldn't have come near any icebergs. So yeah, it could only be Operation Runeberg. Sadly not. Sadly, but yeah, there is. I suppose it would have been on the part where she was most normally. So, if the thing is that when she's closest to the ice pack, that's before the Battle of Denmark Straits. So she would actually have got up. She wouldn't have even sunk Hood if she gets hit by an iceberg. She'd have just gone up and got sunk by an iceberg, hit an iceberg. She'd have Titanic.
That's
herself.
Just embarrassing.
That's just the Royal Navy will literally commission an iceberg, so they can claim they sunk it. They will literally commission an iceberg. They will find an iceberg and they will put a naval crew and a naval ensign on it and will take a photo of it.
Yeah, this is our ship that sank the Bismarck. Honestly, Gov, we swear totally.
Yeah, they will literally that iceberg in a nice way. They will get some ice from the iceberg for Winston Churchill's whiskey.
Yeah, you see, I'm drinking that stuff that, yes, sank the Bismarck, yes,
yeah. It'll be full on. Michael 66, if instead of sending Canopus, the Royal Navy sent a Duncan class, and she still had a speed, how about change the Cornell class? Duncan class, let's see.
Here's the thing. The reason that Canopus wasn't there is that Canopus's chief engineer had something of a... Well, calling it a mental breakdown would perhaps be an understatement. Canopus had every right to be in that engagement. The only reason that she wasn't is because her chief engineer basically decided he was going to lose his nuts in rather incredible fashion. And it wasn't found out he was sane and that her engines were actually fully capable of her making her design speed until after the decision had been made to join Coronel. Now, if the Duncans are there, which are not only faster at 19 knots, which is a knot faster than the Canopus class, I think, unless I'm very much mistaken. I think the Canopus is a 18-knot ship, although I could be wrong.
Yeah. Yes. Canopus were 18 knots.
Not
Duncan's
only,
from
not
19.
only are the Duncan class much newer ships, as in by we're talking 4 years newer for the first of them, so they're in the final generation of pre-dreadnoughts.
Yeah.
But you've also got a slightly thicker belt than Canopus, so they're slightly tougher. You've got a ship that's basically going to waltz into that fight and systematically annihilate every single German cruiser on the field. And they may not be able to run, depending on how the rest of the force is used.
Basically, a Duncan turning up there. Any one of the... Let's also say, any one of the later pre-dreadnoughts is there. There is problems. There is severe problems.
I mean, to be fair, there won't be a battle. As soon as Von Spee sees that there is a pre-dreadnought with the fleet, he's just going to go, no, I'm not going to be here. I refuse to be here.
Yeah, but the trouble is, they're in stormy waters in the South Pacific, South Atlantic water, in South Pacific, aren't they? So they can't make their full speed.
True.
So a ship like Duncan can make closer to its full speed than a ship like Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Although, she's only got a few thousand tons on them, 2,000 to 3,000 tons on them. But
all he's got to do is kite the Duncan with the Scharnhorsts to enable the rest of his fleet to escape, then break contact and go to meet up with them.
Theoretically, the trouble is you're now dealing with the Scharnhorsts have 8.3-inch guns, and the Duncan has a fairly good fire control system because they're pretty darn modern, and has a 12-inch 40. Now, a 12-inch 40, by my mental maths, has a range of effective firing range, is an accurate firing range of roughly 14 kilometers. It can fire slightly further than that, but it's going to be able to hit its targets of 14 kilometers fairly reliably. The maximum firing range of the Scharnhorst's lovely guns, their 8.3s, is if they can get 30 degrees elevation, they can do 16.3 kilometers. But if they can only get plus 16, it's 12.4 kilometers. Now, in rough water, you can't use all your guns. You're also you're not going to be able to get the best accuracy and the fullest aim. The larger, better gunnery platform arguably is the Duncan. So you could end up with a long-range gunnery duel, which could seriously favour the British, because also, think about what else Duncan brings with it. 12 6-inch guns. 10 12-pounder guns.
Although those are casemates, so they may not be workable, or depends how many of them will be workable.
Yeah.
Some of them are in the superstructure, so some of them will be, but not all of them. It's still a good sizable number of 6-inch guns, however.
And it's the casemate guns on the Duncans are not that low down.
No, the Duncans have a fairly sensible casemate. Although I will point out the two guns that are furthest forward and furthest aft, those are just going to be flat out unworkable.
Yeah, they're going to be. But there is about 4 each side, which should work.
That's still a sizable heavy cruiser's worth of... Sorry, heavy cruiser. We're not in that period of cruising yet.
That's still that's actually still as a cruiser's worth of battery.
Yeah, I was using the wrong term though.
Well, even in this period, a 4-6 inch is roughly a cruiser's firepower. They're usually slightly smaller than that, but there's usually slightly more of them. So yeah, 4-6 inch, roughly the same shell weight. Roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
But honestly, the main problem you have is if you look at the Duncans for that period of 1914, 1915, they seem to go everywhere in pairs. You usually find at least two of them. Usually, if you find them operating anywhere, it's at least two of them usually. So if you ended up with, let's say, Duncan and Cornwallis there, then that's a real nightmare.
Yeah, that is just, they're going to go in and deal with that squadron themselves. They're not even going to need the cruisers to show. They basically need the cruisers just to shepherd them into the line of fire.
In nicest way, they might even play something silly. They might let the cruisers run ahead and then run from the Germans. And then the Germans don't realise they're running straight into the mouths of two waiting Duncan class going, hello. You know,
something Jingles quote. Something Jingles quote I made earlier.
Yeah, basically you position the two Duncans either as a pair off to one side, let's say off to the seaward side, and then your cruisers try and flee down the landward side, sort of towards them, and so they think they have the advantage, and they have the room for the move of the Germans, and then when they suddenly realise, oh, frigate, there's a pair of Duncan class on the seaward side of us going, so we have 8 12-inch guns. Would you realise it?
Would you like to play?
Yeah.
You know, we've been dying to test them on something that's not a floating target, and you've come along to help us. So nice of you.
Yes, it's so friendly and kind of people to do this. It's so kind sometimes people they get very, very kind. Second question: why didn't the US design the Buckley and Everett's DE class as frigates and designate those frigates since they had 3-inch main guns? And John C. Butler.
That's simple. Go on.
It's simple. The US Navy was absolutely nuts with their ship designations post World War II. Absolutely friggin' insane. I mean,
yeah, and of course during the Second World War, the US just didn't operate frigates.
No.
At all. That was a Royal Navy designation.
Frigates...
That's the long and short of it, basically.
Frigates don't exist till a long time in the US Navy, and even then, there is an argument at a certain point where they're considering calling cruisers frigates.
Yeah. You basically only see the term frigate re-emerge, as I said, after the Framcans are made. Basically because the US sees that the Framcans they've developed and the things they're designing to follow them line up basically exactly with the frigates that the rest of the naval powers are developing at this period. So they go, nah, well, if you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah, but also there's the whole reorganization because they realize they don't have enough cruisers to rank up against compared to the Soviet fleet, which has more crews on them, and there's a perceived cruiser gap. So they do a whole load of relabeling.
There is that brief period.
It's fun. Yeah, the USS Constitution is the frigate. Landmaxes, what if the Lion-class battleship was an F3 style layout of the same tonnage and were built? How could this affect things? If they were...
it'd be a backwards step.
If they were of the F3 layout... it's not so much a backwards set as a sideways set. There's nothing really wrong with that layout compared to the Lion layout, because the Lion's 2 forward and 1 aft in 3 triple turrets, and the F3 is 3 forward, 3 triple turrets. And honestly, tonnage-wise, they're about the same. So honestly, it's not so much a backward
You are
step.
trading the Royal Navy's modern 16-inch 45 for the 15-inch 45, though.
No. Lion-class battleship was an F3 style layout of the same tonnage.
Oh, I see, so we're keeping the 16-inch 45.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So in which case... works for me. It's going to give you a lot of firepower. If you built that instead of the King George V's, I don't think anyone in the Royal Navy would have been complaining. There are certain other navies which would be complaining loudly. But if you build them, but the trouble is, by the time they come into service, what's there for the Royal Navy to fight battleship-wise? There's the Battle of North Cape, but frankly, King George V is fine for handling that. The Italians' battleships are out the war from well, they're allied from about 1943 onwards.
I mean, Taranto's the big thing that removes, because the Taranto basically removed the Regimarine's advantage to actually have the RN not at their mercy per se, but
the question is people often accuse it of sinking them and saying it once what it doesn't. What it does do is it creates a scenario where the Regimarine no longer has control of their own infrastructure schedule. They've got to now schedule infrastructure for repairing these things, and that takes up infrastructure and all these sort of things. So it takes away a lot of their freedom for organisation, which reduces the number of ships they can tend to throw out. Because the thing about these the Italians is they've been able to organise mass forces, and now they're not so able to.
Like it delays Impero and Roma.
Yeah.
Like those ships should have come out as a pair in late 42, and they can't because, oh boy, it's the Taranto wrecks need repairing.
Yep.
And we got to fix one of the Littorios, so the parts for Impero are not available.
Alright, so we have a message and a clarification message.
Marvellous.
Nice to go for one. Dr. Clarke, that seems Hood between 1957 and 41 doesn't get her engines replaced with these boilers, which she would, given they were run into the ground by 1939. That's the RN with the high-pressure boilers. The trouble is, if you do replace Hood's boilers with the high-pressure boilers, that's great. But you're also going to do a whole lot of other changes to her, and let's be honest, they hadn't managed to get to her by Denmark Straits. Now, you could argue that with the King George V being even faster, and Nelson and Rodney being faster, because if they have these boilers for Warspite scenario, they're going to have a lot the only way they're going to have that kind of presage for Warspite, etc. upgrade is if you've had a lot bigger boilers, because remember, Nelson and Rodney get earlier versions of the boilers. They've been a lot powerful, so they would have been slightly faster, etc. And you'd have a lot more faster ships. But that's also going to cause another problem, because if you've got, let's say, 3 Queen Elizabeths going around and they're 28-knot ships, question becomes how are you using them versus Renown, Repulse, and Hood? And so actually a lot of the things change. But the one thing you can be fairly certain of is probably the same timeline goes in terms of the order of priorities. And Hood wasn't the same level of a priority to get modernised as the battleships were. And the reason was because she was still capable for her secondary and useful roles, and honestly, they didn't see her doing her primary role. They saw that as a fast battleship game. So this is the thing. She's a battle cruiser. She's actually an upgraded battle cruiser, 2 words. That was upgraded in construction phase to a battle cruiser, 1 word. She's not a fast battleship, and the British know that that's where it's going. So yeah, it's doubtful. Third question: from a typical gunnery officer, do you think one of the purposes of both CV-58 and later the Forrestal class for the platform US Navy nuclear bomber aircraft like the A3D? Yes, but it's also for the US Navy to be able to generate enough force. That sounds strange. To be able to from their forces they are able to deploy, they need to be able to generate enough force. So your force can deploy with this many carriers. These carriers need to develop this much in terms of strike force from their aircraft to be able to penetrate this level of air defense. And it's all mathematical at the time. They're obsessed with it. Still are to this day. What would be the difference if the King George V was started building in 1933 rather than 37? So basically, if the 1930 London Naval Treaty had the cumulative little clause removed from it like the 1936 did, so they had no cumulative limits on their construction, because that's the only way you could start building battleships that early for the British. They'd be 15-inch gun ships.
Yeah,
in 33 around 56, they'd be 9 15-inch gun ships. Probably still 28 knot, but they'd be 9 15-inch gun ships. They possibly get the 4.5-inch rather than the 5.25 as their secondaries. because that's sort of available at that point, whereas the 5.25 isn't quite yet available for capital ship form, is it? In 33,
No.
35.
I mean, you've got the biscuit tins, but that's basically all you've got. So you will have a 4.5 biscuit tin, and you will like it.
Yeah. So pretty much, you would probably have those, and you probably have them built much the same pace as they were building them. You probably have them build 4 or 5 of them, and then 4 or 5 of the next class, and 4 or 5 of the next class, and they probably at the pace of roughly 2 years to build and get them into service, which is roughly the time it took them in peacetime. Normally 2 to 2.5 years, and to go from laying down to commissioning. And honestly, if they start in 33, you get the 33 ship, the ships built in 33, the ships built in 34, the ships built in 35 would all be in service by 1937. The ships built in 36 be in by 38. The ships built in 37 will be in by 39, etc. And yeah, the Royal Navy would have a very different fleet. But also, there's a point to which they stop. They don't do the modernisation of the old ships. If you've got once you reach a certain critical mass of new ships, you then stop modernising old ships and you start just replacing them.
Yep, basically.
The Royal Navy was aiming for roughly 20 to 24 capital ships. Was what they thought they needed for a war versus Japan, Italy at the same time. And so, let's say you're building. Well, you probably don't need to run. If you're starting that early, without the German threat, you're not going to be needing to do the Vanguard. So you're just going to keep to the main builds, and you're going to be doing some carrier construction at the same time. So, probably ordering 4 in every financial year. Capital ships?
Yep.
Probably 2 in the beginning
Basically.
and 2 at the end. So it's going to look like you're ordering 4 capital ships a year at certain points, but it's different financial years. Because that's how you spread it out for the Treasury. I did read someone who said that's the Royal Navy doing that for industrial capacity, and I went, nope, that's not a thing to do with industrial capacity, that's Treasury capacity. That's not even that the Treasury can't afford it, the Treasury just don't like to afford it. So you tend to try and spread out, so you're only ordering 4, and you try and make them a few months apart, so that you can, in peacetime, because that makes the Treasury happier. It's when they receive their tax receipts. If they then if they receive their tax receipts before they get the bill for the new battleship starting, that makes them happy. They receive tax receipts roughly twice a year at that time, so it makes them happier. It makes it less stressful.
Yep, basically.
And so you probably get that. So that means the Royal Navy could have 2, 4, well, let's say 4 in that. 30 start off in 33. You have had 5 financial years. You could have built 20 new capital ships in that time.
Yeah, it's possible.
Probably about 16 are in service. So, question 222. If the Argentine Navy had gone 8 MECO 360 Hercules Guided Missile Destroyers, then later 6 MECO 140 A160 Explorer class, how many would it be operational now?
I mean, I am impressed. First of all, I want to find out where the Argentinians found the money.
The money, the crew, the port space, all those things. But I would say,
I mean, well, first of all, the Royal Navy is probably tempted to Copenhagen them, because with the force that large, there might be some nationalist politician might be tempted to do something funny.
Yeah. But honestly, the biggest thing, how many they would have operational, it's going to depend. If you've got governments have changed enough to order that much force and commit that much money to it, then what are the successive governments treated it like?
That's your question. A nice way. We can't honestly. If you've changed history that much, we cannot honestly predict it. We basically giving a guess. It could be none are operational now, or it could be half of them are still operational, or it could be all of them are still operational, or it could be they've all been replaced by now.
Yep.
You know, there are so many different options. When we consider that that would be a scenario of about 40 years ago. Question. Suppose instead of the Panzerchief, and this is Kion further, post-World War I Germany goes with replacing all the remaining Bush, Braunschweigen and Deutschland class battleships with Clarke class cruisers. 9 times 11-inch guns. And can you use them in place of the Hippers as well? Does this help the German Navy any?
Okay, first things first. I have to have a few questions that I need answering, given how that style of ship is shockingly familiar to me, given that I know roughly what it would probably look like. Firstly,
Yes.
when are these being laid down?
Traditional same timeline as Deutschland said.
So.
And probably
there is no way you're getting there's no way you're getting those within 10,000 tons, and unfortunately, the Weimar Republic will not countenance something that breaks Versailles.
They did break Versailles.
No, as in openly breaks Versailles, as in they can't hide it. With the Deutschlands, you can hide it, fudge the figures. It's mostly right. It's close enough for government work.
To be fair, with the Deutschlands, you could build them with two. You could build them 4 free turrets and fit 2.
I suppose, yeah. And then just fit them after Versailles is basically torn up. So fair enough, I suppose.
Yeah.
Fit them 4, but not with. What these ships are is basically I think they're the Hipper class battle cruisers from Drake's Drum.
I just call them what I would build instead of the Deutschlands, Hippers, and Scharnhorst. I would build some nice. And I just kept churning them out. In fact, honestly, I'd have probably done it instead of building the capital ships, because if you've got enough of these 9 11-inch gun ships wandering around, they're going to cause trouble.
And eventually economies of scale will start to kick in.
Yeah.
Basically.
And you think for the British, it caused me trouble because 6 11-inch guns, you've got an 8-inch gun cruiser with 8 8-inch guns, that can sort of rack in. 9 11-inch guns?
You'll be alright.
9 11-inch guns? It better be Renown or a Pulse.
Because something with 9 11-inch guns is going to have the length to actually have a decent secondary battery as well.
Yeah. It's going to be a very decent heavy cruiser. I mean, you might get the British... In a nice way, the impact could be especially felt with how what the British are building prior to World War II in their 1937-38 crash build program. I'm thinking some heavy cruisers would get added to that build program instead of light cruisers, and I'm reckoning so those heavy cruisers would have 9.2-inch guns.
Yep.
At the least. What makes up a battle pennant?
Right.
A battle pennant for the Royal Navy? Let's see if I can find a decent picture. Can I find a decent picture? The Royal Navy tends to go with battle ensigns, but they do have a pennant.
Indeed.
Let me see if I can find a decent picture of it. Can I find one of it flying?
Oh. Well, Dr. Clarke is finding things.
Finding a decent picture of the British battle ensign flying is... Yeah. I'm just going with the Wikipedia one. Because then I can just put it up. And then browse. And I do actually have one of these around here, an Australian one. There you go. That's usually what the Royal Navy flies these days. It used to be slightly different when commanders had their own flags and their own coats of arms and would fly their own flags as well. But usually these days it's just this. And the ship will each have their own ensign, and they'll have one which they fly normally and one which is their battle ensign, which is kept particularly clean and pressed for battle, so it's nice and smart when it's going to get completely covered in muck. Landmarks, the next one, Patreon question. Patreon's going to go live soon. Questions are going to go live soon, probably tomorrow. Same, different high pressure. Watching Naval Treaty is 10-10-7. Nothing else changes, but the RN has 855 psi machinery by wall speed 3 foot. That's an interesting Patreon question. So basically the Royal Navy goes high pressure as well as the other two navies. What happens? There's some interesting fun with that. I think Fleet is back, but I'm hoping he's got food, because I know he's been hungry for a while. Carl McGasberg, how much public and professional other Navy's attention was on the Royal Navy carrier's anti-piracy accident? Basically, the Americans were watching it carefully, and so were the Japanese, but it was pretty much only the professionals that were watching it. Most of the public was just going, oh, pretty plain. Because that's how it was presented, honestly, to the public. It wasn't really discussed in anything other than these planes are flying over South China Sea doing these things. And that's part of the trouble sometimes. If instead of his historic engines, 8 M9Z and 4 M5Z, the Grasp Bay is built with 8 V24 version of Leipzig M732-44, so 80,000 horsepower, how much speed would be expected? Sheesh, they got a Leipzig engines?
Are we swapping diesels for steam, or are we sticking with diesel?
The Leipzig has diesel engines, and she has some interesting diesel ones. If I remember correctly, her diesel engines... she has 4 of the Marne two-stroke diesels that were the basis for the Hoover-Owens Reckler design for US Navy. But if you go with the Leipzig ones that are just that much more powerful, so instead of Grasp Bay, you might well get a higher top speed, but honestly that's also gonna depend on her hull shaping. And if I remember correctly, the Grasp Bay and the Deutschland class's hull shaping is not really designed for high speed, it's designed for long range cruising. So her top speed is theoretically 28.5 knots. Theoretically. Now, in the nicest way, if you're prepared to wreck the engines and also something, you can push it faster than that, but it's also going to take a lot of power.
The problem is with diesels is that they are less receptive or accepting of that kind of being pushed
than turbines. And so, whilst you're going to up her to 80,000 shaft horsepower from 50,000 shaft horsepower, let's say, that gives you that's a 60% increase. I wouldn't be surprised if that does give you a higher speed, but with the hull shaping, etc., I would say it's more likely going to be 31-ish knots than anything else. Would you agree? Because she's got the teardrop. She's got the teardrop bow forward hull shaping, which is good for cruising speed, from memory, and good for cruising ranges, but not necessarily good at the high speed because of the way the water comes together at the stern. I'm remembering from memory. I could be talking complete and utter twaddle. If I am, please do correct me. But I'm going from memory. The trouble is, my reference hull guidebook is in that box there, and I haven't got a bookshelf to put it on yet. But I will get it out. It's a fun book. Let me see if I can find a picture of it to show it all to you. I highly recommend it. Like, I highly recommend watching the latest episode and last episode of the Grand Tour. It was a lot of fun.
Shame the lads aren't. Shame we won't see the lads doing that sort of thing anymore. Although it does open them up to other opportunities.
And you never know. Now, here's the sad thing: is when you know when a book's been not only old, but it's been out of date for a out of publication for a long time, is when you're trying to find a book about it, and the book of it, and let's say there is a couple of books which are on the same topic, but the actual book I've got. Well, thank you, Dad. It's a book which my dad left for me, and it was published in 1948, called Resistance, Propulsion and Steering a Ship's Manual for Designing Hull Forms, Propellers and Rudders. It's currently on Amazon for 75 quid. If you want a slightly more financially viable one, there's a Boat Builder's Guide to Hull Design and Construction, which is pretty good, which was originally which is got a collection of articles in it, and that's $7.99 on Kindle, worth a read. The 1948 book, of course, I have because it teaches me about it. And there's also a book called The Investigating of the Relationship Between Natural Ship Pitching, the Period of a Ship, and Hull Form Parameters, which was published a while back, I think, which is also about 25 quid. But yeah, the one I've got was left to me by my dad. And yeah, it's good. I just found out there might be there's some more volumes to it. I'm going to have to go hunting for those because I think he left me the other volumes as well. But there are. It's going to sound terrible, but I do have I do have things from him which I haven't opened up yet, and he's been dead for a few years, but I just haven't had the time or space to open up the boxes. Makes me feel terrible. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, so it's a case of its hull form, and basically the rule of thumb is you want a length to beam ratio. The greater your length to beam ratio, the more efficient your hull is going to be for high speed. And if you want it for maneuverability, you want a shorter, fatter. You want a smaller length to beam ratio, but you can go too far, and you get a coracle, which is just terrible in maneuverability. Yeah. If ever you've tried to maneuver a coracle, you'll know what I'm talking about. Once you learn how to do it, it's quite fun, but it's still not exactly the most maneuverable thing known to mankind. So yeah, it's a fun thing. If the Iron had been able to test the 40mm quick 2-pounder pom-pom in tropical conditions in the 1920s, how likely is it that the issues of the ammo would have been caught? They did fire them in tropical conditions in the 1920s. They did test their guns when they were out there, because those guns which were fitted were test fired. But the trouble is, they're not used. It's not used the same amount in peacetime test firing and practicing with guns as it is in wartime. And this is the thing. Remember what I said? I've said in many videos about the false positives you get from exercises and naval exercises. Well, the same thing can happen with operating weapons in peacetime versus wartime. In peacetime, it's not a problem because it doesn't have to go through the same sustained operations, the same problems. You don't, in a nice way, have the same pace of manufacture. You don't have the same treatment or speed of loading ships. Consider, in peacetime, you might take a day or so to load a ship. In wartime, you might want to get it done in hours, not days.
Yep.
Were there any types of ships that were too specialised for general use? I wouldn't want to use a monitor in anything other than a monitor's role. But I'm going to leave that one to you to think about. Thank you, John Hedges, for the bookshelf fund. I'm going to leave that one for Fleet to talk about quickly, because I've got a dog who's looking at me going, garden time.
Well, apart from the monitors, I wouldn't want to use a submarine for any other role than doing sneaky submarine things. So, for example, I wouldn't want to use a submarine to bombard an enemy's coastline when there is expected air or seaborne opposition. But that is me nitpicking slightly. I wouldn't want to use a... Problem you've got is that cruisers are very generalist. They can go and do pretty much whatever you like. Destroyers, again, same thing, and it's all down to what you have available in terms of... How do I put this? What you have available in terms of... Come on, Fleet, use your noggin. Opposition, basically. Ships can be as flexible as you need them to be, for the most part. It's mainly down to the fact that you're looking at... It's one of those things where it's basically just the thing, as Dr. Clarke says, ships are specialized or not specialized for a reason. So, for example, you wouldn't take a destroyer escort up against a battleship in most circumstances, or you wouldn't take a... It's one of those questions where you think, is something over specialized? And then you go, well, no, not really. Because you can use it for other roles, it just won't be very good at them. That's not a problem of over-specialization or lack of specialization. That's very specifically down to... It's down to the fact you've tried to throw a ship into a role it's not designed for. It can still attempt to do the job, but it won't do it very well. It's one of those things where I think there's something to be said for how would I describe it? It's what you guys are giving me real trouble with this one. I'm just trying to think about it, and it's not as easy as you think. Not at all. Is there any shit that is too specialized? I don't think so. Because general use is a very vague term, and I think the only ships to which the term general use can really apply are destroyers and cruisers. Beyond that, general use doesn't apply. So, to that argument, I would say that most every ship that isn't a large destroyer or a cruiser is far too specialized for general use. Because only those two ships can feasibly and realistically be expected to be general use combatants.
Unfortunately, HMS Dreadnought would like a word. Because the only ship she ever sank was a submarine. In combat. And, you know, that's an advantage.
Can we have my dinner, please?
The only ship she, you know. Sorry, the sloth's being taken to his bed. I would keep hold of him because otherwise he's going to go up to my bed.
Possibly not.
Karen, you know how you complain about being caught on the video camera? If you actually stand in the room with the live video camera recording and you get picked up, it's not my fault.
He's got a point there, you know.
Shh, don't get involved. I can survive the RAF. Hello. Ay, caramba.
If you die, what the hell happens to me? All of my plans go up in smoke.
Right. Runon, I'm going to say the question you put on at 2120, 920, just pause the questions for a bit so we can catch up with them because we've got a bit behind. But yeah, if the Imperial German Navy did have the snorkel by late 1914, would they possibly start to shape them for better underwater performance, like taking off the deck guns? Yes, you'd start to do that.
No, yeah. Well, if it's 40 or is it 40 or 14? Late 1914. No, the torpedo is far too precious, and boats are carrying far too few of them.
They might start orientating boats around the torpedo, though.
True. You might see a move to larger U-boats much quicker.
Yeah. Yes. So I think you would, but I think it would take time, but it would be. I think you'd be seeing not Type 21s, okay? Don't anyone start thinking you'd see Type 21s by 1918 and that scenario.
You're basically looking at things like the UB3 appearing much quicker.
Yeah. Bruno, question. How often do people overlook the fact that Star Wars has reliable fast light communications and travel when comparing it to other universes, particularly 40k?
The only universe that doesn't have reliable FTL and communications in universes where those exist is 40k. 40k is one of very few universes that has exceptionally unreliable FTL, or with it having no other method of FTL available to it.
Mm-hmm. It's rather fun.
I know there are some.
It is fun. It is fun.
Yeah, but it does impose a great deal of restrictions on the 40k universe.
That's often the way, though.
True. There are reasons for it, though.
I would also say that, in my experience, Star Trek has the weirdest sort of. Sometimes their communications seem to be perfect, and sometimes they're complaining they're not working. It seems to that their communication system seems to be capability of plot.
Basically, Star Trek has the problem of plotitis. Basically.
Yeah. Do you think we might start seeing telescoped ammunition ships for, say, for space and weight?
I don't think so. Given that ammunition is one of the few things that's still cheap to construct and build when it comes to warships, for the most part, yes, you have some more specialized rounds, but otherwise, no. And navies are really loath to give up the capability to put shells on warships at a relatively cheap cost with large order buy-ins. It's one of the few things navies can still buy in that's not going to make them cringe at the cost of it.
I'd also say something else. If you consider where telescope ammunition is useful, think about ships. It's one of the few scenarios where most warships, yes, they are not endless space, but space requirements aren't quite the same as an armoured vehicle or an aircraft.
Mm.
It's a case of, you know, the advantage isn't quite the same incentive to justify the cost. Sharon, are you aware of any good, preferably English language information on the SMS UD1? There is some good stuff actually on that. Let me go to my Excel spreadsheet.
Dr. Clarke as going to the Excel spreadsheet. He will know all the things soon.
That's literally it. I have an Excel spreadsheet. It has all sorts of things on it. You are probably looking for... Jack Scholl's book is actually quite good. The German Submarine Warfare, 1906 to 2006, the U-Boat Century. Published by Chatham Publishing, 2006. That's a good one.
Uh-huh.
And that's on my list of things which are good to read on that one. And also I have Eberhard Rossler's The U-Boat Evolution and Technical History of German Submarines, 1981. There is also Eberhard also produced several other works in German which weren't translated to English, but and of course Eric Groner's done something. But Eric Groner's done something about everything, pretty much, it seems. He's one of those particularly good authors who likes to write on everything, and he usually writes a fairly good standard work. I don't agree with his conclusions, but I never fault his reference, his source materials. It's kind of like some of the books I have in here. There's one particularly interesting book and there's a lot of books which can't seem to make the same don't seem to be able to read dates, because they go, this program and this gun starts here, and then this testing led to them adopting this led to this gun being designed on these principles, and you go, the gun was already being designed and was far along the production process and was being tested when they had the testing, which you're saying defines their design. So either they designed it from the beginning under that protocol, or they changed it at that point. And it's part of the same gun program, but it's not the same gun they started with.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm of course talking the transition from 16.5-inch gun G3 to the 16-inch variant, 16-inch guns which were being ordered at the end officially. Although, strangely enough, it's still part of the same production run as far as Ellsworth are concerned. It's a fun thing. They were sort of talking about 16.5-inch. But, you know, life is life. Cody 85. Question. How would the world be affected if nations began issuing letters of marque to deal with the various pirates? How would the laws be adjusted for the modern day?
Doesn't really work.
The trouble is, once you start issuing a letter of marque, Those people are effectively effectively private warships under your flag. So you have very little control over them, but you are responsible for them. Modern politicians do not like this concept. Politicians in the 18th century could get away with it because, let's be honest, there wasn't 24-hour news media and pictures of what your people under your flag have got up to.
I would also point out that the lack of control isn't acceptable given the current state of the world. That's just irresponsible at the best of times.
Yes. Black Maximus, what is the Fleet of Ocean's least favourite French ship class?
Well, if I have to be completely honest, it probably goes to whatever torpedo boat the French built first. Because it symbolises my hatred, and it symbolises the end of France as the second-ranked great power, navally. That one vessel, whatever it is, I used to know its name, but I've forgotten it. It symbolises everything that went wrong with the French fleet. Everything that the loss of prestige, naval infrastructure, ship design heritage that was cratered and annihilated in the fires of the Franco-Prussian War. And everything that came after.
Okay.
That's the friendship I hate the most.
Well, there are the torpedo cruisers from 1886. There's also the bomb-class torpedo gunboats from 1887.
Those are okay because they're more of a... They are more of the French fleet thinking in the ways that other fleets are thinking at the time. Because you see lots of people adopting torpedo cruisers and torpedo gunboats in that period.
And there's the Bolney seagoing torpedo boats of 1886.
Those, yes! The Bolneys, I remember them now. Yeah. Those things. I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about their names.
Fleet is not very happy.
I'm surprised that a ship's class which includes some of the Bolney, the Derlder, the Duodar de la Crie, the Edmund Fontaine, the Bouet Williams, the Dehote, the Capitani Cuny, spelled C-U-N-Y, the Capitane Mel, and the Chalier were not good ships.
Shocking.
Apparently the Capitani Cuny was built in Saint-Nazaire. And served till 1912. The Bolney herself made it to 1913. She could have served in World War One.
Few things have the capacity to make me as mad as I am, but
we're
getting there.
All right, is the person who makes memes on here because you know what to do now. Bolney class.
No, Petrington, don't you dare.
Memes.
Petrington, don't you
memes of the food with the Bolney class.
Petrington, I see you over there. Don't you touch that.
How good would a 1,200 metric ton standard space destroyer with two twin, that's 127mm autoloading guns with 32,000 horsepower and a float plane perform in World War II era? Why are you suffering this poor vessel to have a float plane? How many torpedoes does it have on it? How many depth charges does it have on it? Well, you know, it's a destroyer. Does it have 40mm pom-poms or 40mm Bofors? Does it have 20mm? Does it have Vickers K guns, or does it have Japanese gun? There's so much more to Hank that you have to have before I can start thinking whether it's going to be good or bad. But honestly, from the sound of things, it's going to be quite light, and it's going to be slightly underpowered and have a plane taking up a huge amount of its area.
Wrong with this one?
Please carry on.
Well, first of all, float plane. I mean, Dr. Clarke said it enough, but float plane. Second thing, auto-loading guns. presumably produced prior to the Second World War.
I
mean, the engineering for it is there, but it's going to be horribly bulky, horrifically unreliable, and give you pain every time you fire it. I'm also very suspicious about shoving that much horsepower down whatever shafts you're putting onto this thing. What are we, a contre-torpillier? And again, where are you? What torpedoes is it armed with? What torpedoes is it armed with? What's its anti-submarine armament? What's its light AA armament? Again, why are you carrying a float plane on a destroyer? This sounds to me more like you're trying to create some form of fast colonial gunboat rather than a destroyer.
Give it a flat bottom, stick it on the Yangtze River, and it's fine. It's going to be fast going up and down the Yangtze, but you know. Second, when did showers show up on warships? That's an interesting question. That is a really interesting question. And helpfully, that is open to massive amounts of debate. It's always nice when you go, look, I'm going to check the source of this sort of history, because there is a friend of mine who I knew was watching, and I know their Discord of, so I quickly sent him a Discord message going, I know you're in the chat watching, because you said you'd be watching. You're the person who knows this one. And their response to me was, well, that's open to debate, because different navies claim they got it earlier than others, and they might not have actually got it, because what they got was not a true shower. And that's opening a question of what is the difference between a true shower and not shower. But apparently, according to the picture just sent me, is some ships had a shower head, but you had set up a sailor body with a bucket to pour the water through it.
Ah, shades of Finland.
So, no, that's not a shower. Once we got through...
A shower is just water falling downwards, I think, at this point.
Yes.
Given the academics of it all.
We all worked. It's in which case, if it's just if you're going to use the various thing of basically water falling down or something, then bucket showers have been around since Napoleonic times, and probably before then. What if the French Navy had continued producing battleships while experimenting with Juna coal? I'm going to leave that to the Foo, because he's our French naval obsessive here.
Well, I'm a French naval obsessive, but I wouldn't go so far as to say. Well, all right. I'll give it a crack, but I make no promises. Well, first things first. We've got to. How do I put this? It's hard to state exactly what the French would have built. We can take guesstimates, and we can assume that they would follow what they had been doing. God, what I wouldn't give for my Conways right now, but they're somewhere else. They're upstairs. About a good 10-minute walk away from me. But as far as I'm aware, the... you basically got to look. When did the Junakol come in? In about 1875, 76. And what we've got to then look at is what were the French building at the time? And what would extrapolate out from there? Let me just have a poke here. It's been, like I said, I'm having to. I've got to have a crack through here, and I've got to look. So, Magenta, Provence, Ocean, Friedland.
Thank you for allowing me to. Thank you for allowing me to torture
Corbe.
food this evening with French naval questions. It's fun.
Redoutable.
It's very fun.
There should have been a ship that followed Redoutable. Ah, here we go. Redoutable, Devastation.
Oh, the chieftain's going through Helsinki airports. Like we did, like,
Is he?
Like the ship-shape crew did not that long ago.
I did that as well.
Oh, yeah.
Before you got there.
Yeah, you didn't warn me about the 5-hour wait because Gatwick would be busy on the tarmac. That gave me pneumonia.
Well, that wasn't my fault, was it? So where are we? So we've got the Amiral du Père and the Bayard class, which are fine. Then you've got the Vauban class. Again, very similar. Oh no, sorry, the Vaubans and the Bayards are the colonial ironclads. They don't really count as full-scale ironclads. Yeah, they don't really count as full-scale ironclads. So the next one would be the Terribles. So so basically it's the Terribles where things really start to go wrong. Because you're looking at, they built 4 of these ships. It took them from 1877 to 1888 for them to come into service.
Yeah. There again.
And they weren't really. The Terribles were okay. I mean, the Terribles weren't completely abysmal. They didn't have the tumble home or anything, but they were really a step in the wrong direction.
Let's be honest. Hoche was ordered in 1880, launched in 1886, and not completed till 1890.
Yeah.
So let's be honest. This period, none of them are doing particularly well in terms of speed of production.
Yes, but that's more down to the real issues of what's it called? The
yards?
Yeah, the yards starting to feel the pinch as the French start winding down their orders for capital ships every year in the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War. It's starting to pick back up again when you see the Terrible class being ordered, but
they're having a bright idea time.
Yeah. So basically what you're looking at is you're probably looking at the Terribles. If the Terribles are ordered at a point when the French are looking to scale down their capital ships, because again they're in the full midst of Junakol at this point, and what they go with is they decide to go with a vessel of about... Thing is, whether the Terribles are ironclads or big coast defense ships is a matter of some debate. But I tend to think of them as ironclads since contemporary sources list them as ocean-going ironclads.
They just had terrible. They just had terrible draft and freeboard.
Yeah, their freeboard left a little bit to be desired. It wasn't completely abysmal, but it could have been better. Their choice of gun was a terrible idea. A pair of monstrous 17-inch guns in 2 single barbettes, one fore, one aft. They would have been far better served sticking with some form of twin 13.4-inch barbette. And going with that, it would have given them a ship equivalent to the, not the Royal Sovereigns, the ironclad barbette turret ships Britain was building at about the same time.
Yeah, but they were trying to shoot for the stars, weren't they? This is the thing. The French were trying to shoot for the stars. They were trying to have their cake and eat it. They were trying to go for having something which was on paper looked like the most powerful battleships in the world, with their big guns, and also the June of coal. So they were trying to do the whole, yeah, we're doing the same thing as everyone else, while they were doing something different. And they didn't realise anyone else would notice them. And then they started trumpeting it. That's terrible. Well, yeah, they have fun. If the French Navy continued...
so basically what you're looking at is you're basically looking at the you're probably looking at the basic the terribles are the divergence point, and what you're basically looking at is you're looking at the French, instead of building them as these smaller ships. So for example, the Admiral Bourdins, that were the ships that were kind of built alongside them, but were also
built after them.
Yes, but were designed before them, were 11,000 tons, and the Terribles were 7,700. What you're basically looking at is the Terribles basically going, okay, we need to go up to 12, 14,000 tons. If you're looking at the French not stepping down or keeping their dockyards at around 11, 12,000 tons. So you're looking at the Terribles being probably 12, 13,000 ton ironclads, probably armed with a pair of twin 13.4-inch barbettes.
Or 14.6.
I think if the French are trying to be sensible and not sort of pomp and circumstance, because the French had fallen in love with the 9.4. They liked the gun, they liked the... They very much liked the 13.4, so with the size of barbettes that Terrible has, it should be possible to get a twin 13.4.
Wasn't that what Terribles later modified with, was twin 13.4s?
No, they were rebuilt into coast defense ships with, I believe... They received 13.4-inch guns, but these were only two singles with shielded mounts. The rest of the class, however, only got 10.8-inch guns. I'm
afraid to say the chat has picked up that you're trying to circle around the point of the French Navy made some serious massive errors in this period, and it would be completely different.
Oh no, completely different, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I
am politifying what the chat is saying. I am politifying it.
I mean, I'm not.
I know. So.
I'm not rambling. I just... Oh, for goodness sake. Yes, but look.
Okay, so let's get on to the next question quickly. Had an idea for a fictional ship, paddle-wheel driven, powered by a transverse-mounted, possibly upside-down, vertical triple expansion engine. How realistic is this thing that this happen? It actually is quite realistic. There were examples of this, and if you want a really good, thrilling, science fiction-based read based on something similar to that, I recommend Icebreaker by Glyn Stewart. Anything else? No, Michelle, it's easy to answer because there were quite a lot of people looking at that sort of idea, including vertical triple expansion.
There are vertical triple expansion. There are triple expansion engine-driven paddles.
Steamers.
They exist.
There are even some which were gunboats, so they're not warships, but they're warships. And
there are some that still steam today.
Yeah.
There are some on the Swiss lakes, and there's one ocean-going paddle steamer in Britain right now.
Beaumeal boy, you mentioned in a previous video how for the planned 3 Queen for the Canadian Navy would cost the same as the fleet unit like that order for the Royal Australian Navy. I don't think I have been the one who said that, because I seem to remember saying they had a... I know... Drac has talked about the costs more often than me, and the reason that is because I sit there and go, then there's going to be an infrastructure investment, and Australia has a lot more infrastructure by that point to play with than Canada does. So Australia can sustain that fleet unit without doing a massive investment in infrastructure. Yes, they need to grow their infrastructure, but they don't need to build it from scratch. The Canadians, because they have repeatedly gone through periods of buying ships and then not sustaining them, have to build a whole load of infrastructure to support it. So, whilst theoretically the ship's aggregate might cost the same to procure, the actual program would not cost the same. Assuming that this fleet unit would be a modified HMS Tiger, 3 C-class and 6 immediate pre-war destroyers. Both the cruiser battleships were refitted after the over 1930s, with the C-class being converted into AA cruisers. Would the 3 Qs or the fleet unit be more useful in World War II? Assuming the Qs only had a Malaya-style refits. Well, we know what the Australian old destroyers got up to. They had a lot of fun but pre-war destroyers would not be still around in World War II. The destroyers which would be around are post-war destroyers. Or end-of-war destroyers. C-class are end-of-war cruisers. So yeah, they could be around. And HMS Tiger, honestly, HMS Tiger is the big interesting one, because I was listening to Drax Drydock today, and he was talking about a fast squadron, and he was talking about the fast squadron of the Royal Navy in the 1920s and 30s, if the Nelson and Rodney had been built as sort of F3 starships. And that is always an interesting case study to put in, because if they're built as fast ships rather than the battleships they're built as fast ships, what happens? What's the differential? The thing is, you end up with a 6-ship squadron. You end up with Tiger, Hood, Nelson, Rodney, Renown, and Repulse as your 6 fast ships and your fast ship squadron. And suddenly that becomes quite an interesting force. And honestly, the argument then becomes, is Tiger the ship that's sacrificed when she is historically, or do they sacrifice something else instead? Now, the point is with sacrificing Tiger is she's the oldest ship to sacrifice around the sacrifice at that point, and she's certainly got the most battle damage and the most battle experience, but she is also the faster hull form. And you have to remember, she's a battle cruiser from the very beginning of construction. She's a battle cruiser, one word, from the get-go. So she's actually heavier and larger than Renown and Repulse. And if you consider her gun layout, etc., if you wanted to convert it to a 6-gun ship, and let's say a 6-15-inch gun ship, because you could probably do that with her hull as existing was, without the, if you're prepared to chop around with the superstructure a bit, then you could convert her into a very interesting vessel with a lot of space to upgrade her. So she's a very interesting vessel. The thing is, again, if you have these fast ships, does that become more tempting? Because you've then got a full 6-ship fast ship squadron, and suddenly that becomes something worthwhile maintaining. And let's be honest, that's your rapid reaction squadron for the world. But also, with such 6 ships, does it become tempting to base some of that squadron in... I doubt you'd base them in Singapore, but you might start building infrastructure facilities and base them in Ceylon. Basing them in Singapore is going to be too close to the Pacific. It might disrupt things with the Americans and be too provocative. But if, let's say, you took that set and you said, right then, Hood, Nelson and Rodney, they're based in the UK, and Tiger and Renown and Repulse are based in Ceylon, as the cornerstone of our Eastern operations and Eastern force, that becomes a very interesting thing. It also affects your carrier dispositions, because you're not going to have such a force sitting in the ocean without having a fleet carrier with them. You're just not. So that means you have a fleet carrier in the Indian Ocean like you have a fleet carrier in the Mediterranean, and you have a fleet carrier. So you end up with these carriers going around all the extra exercises that comes about. So it's an interesting idea.
Indeed it is.
But let's
see, most of the time, I'm just here to nod and...
Let's get back to this. Get back to this. You're there primarily also as reassurance, because if I have a massive coughing fit, or I have to go off because I'm not feeling that well, I know you'll be able to carry it on and won't disappoint people, and I won't let everyone down by having to end it quickly or early or suddenly. So you're very helpful, thank you for doing this.
Yeah.
So which would be more useful, the Tiger-centered force or the free QEs with a Malaya-style refit? Well, the free Queen Elizabeths with Malaya-style refit are going to make anyone's desire to do Atlantic surface raiding slightly more scary, because let's be honest, even if it's a Malaya-style refit, that's something that's going to be more capability, more firepower than a Sharnos wants to tangle with.
Yep.
And you're not going to need to do the whole thing of getting ours to base in Halifax, because you've got the Queens already over there. So that's going to free up those for other operations. Which means, or you might add them in, and you might have the whole you might have then 5 or 6 Rs, 5 or 6 ships doing the covering of the North Atlantic. In which case, if they're going around as free pairs, then do you even want to even a solo Bismarck, does it want to tangle with them? Because
probably not.
Let's put it this way: am I saying it's going to lose the fight? No. Am I saying it can't avoid the fight if it doesn't want to? If it doesn't want to fight, yes, it can avoid the fight. But if it does fight them, the odds of it getting away unscathed, undamaged from taking on 2 vessels of that kind of level, it's not
next to none.
Yeah, it's going to get damaged. And as we've talked before, and I've talked before on this channel, surface raiders, especially German surface raiders, have glass jaws. If it gets cracked in any way, they're in big trouble, because getting home, they have to go past Britain pretty much. Doesn't matter where they're going, to get to safety, they have to go past Britain. And that's one of the reasons why Sharnos and Knights are able to do what they do, because they don't get damaged that badly. So they do get home.
Yep.
So yeah, they would be useful, but also an extra Tiger. If you have an extra Tiger, you're holding on. You might hold on to the other Tiger, in which case you'd have 2 Tigers, 2 Renowns, and Hood for your fast force, and that's going to again have an impact on things, and going to change how you approach things. Knight 6831, can you elaborate here more on why Battlecruiser Repulse was supposed to be retired while Hood and Renown would remain in service? Well, Fu, would you like to give a guess at that?
Well, Repulse was going to be retired. Quite simply, I don't have to take a guess, actually, no. Renown and Repulse Repulse was going to be retired simply because she was the oldest and hadn't been heavily rebuilt. Hood had capability enough to be worth rebuilding and keeping, and Renown had already been heavily rebuilt. So, and also, therefore, by process of elimination, Repulse has got to go.
And added to that, they're building new ships, and by the time Repulse could be freed up to come and be rebuilt, there'd be new ships in service, and therefore the cost of and then it justifying the cost of rebuilding her versus a likely service. Yeah, it's just not going to happen. Recommend watching Naval Treaty questions. If they had gone with a less strict set of limits and simply went with cumulative tonnage per class and higher tonnage limit for Japan and France, would it have been less anger for Japan, or was there a hyper-nationalism going to remain in the 1930s? You're not going to get higher tonnage limit for France and get Italy to be part of it. And if Italy's not part of it, Britain's not viable being part of it, because Italy sits aside the Mediterranean. So you're only get Italy to be a part if they get parity with France, which is terrible for France. But France is going to accept at that point as long as it keeps them in the alliance with Britain, because that's their real security. As for giving Japan,
but I would also point out that while yes, it would be terrible for France, France has already had to accept parity with Italy anyway, so having a parity that's just more
allows them more ships isn't going to help them. They're still going to be in the. It's going to give more to Italy as well, which means you're going to have to give more to Britain. Which means more America's going to have more, and Japan might get more, but Britain and America are also going to grow, and it's just going to be the same with higher numbers.
Yeah, it's going to spiral.
All it really does is make life for nations like Germany, starting from practically nothing, a lot harder later on, because all the other powers will have that much more ships in service. That's all it's going to be. That's all it's going to do. It's going to change nothing else other than make their life harder. Question: did the Royal Navy invent Lend-Lease before the US even existed? You see, I know that's partially joking, but there are some agreements with the Dutch under Queen Elizabeth I, which are highly intriguing in terms of assets, and could potentially be broadly classified as Lend-Lease. Broadly classified. So let me put it this way, the concept has been around for a long time and actually precedes even that in other nations. So the concept of a Lend-Lease style agreement has been around for a long time. 9681. Would it be reasonable to think that the British would have been planning more Vanguard-class battleships given once the QEs started to go, their guns will go on Vanguard hull, meaning it's a class of 12? No.
Well, by the time the QEs are going, you have basically run the course of the need for Vanguards. As Drac has said, it's the R-classes guns that are going on to Vanguards. Once the QEs are going, you're basically past the need for Vanguards, and you're also past the point where building a Vanguard-style ship will give you, assuming that battleship construction continues, assuming some weird quasi-peacetime state, you're past a point where the 15-inch 42 is really going to cut it for fighting the latest and greatest of all sides capital ships. Because by the point where you're out of Revengers to strip, you're looking at counters to Yamato being laid down by all sides. You're looking at ships carrying 12, 16, 8, 18. You know, you're talking ships that are beyond the ability of 15-inch 42 to...
Basically, the Vanguards...
There is no point...
The Vanguards have a purpose for the Royal Navy in terms of commerce protection and wandering around the world dealing with surface raiders, and also being fast ships for carrier battle groups. But they won't be part of the battle line for that long. They really won't. And honestly, the King George V's would also probably... Let me put it this way. There is a very real argument that KGVs have short service lives under that scenario. Or get passed off to people like the Australians and the Canadians. What happens if you dropped a full set of schematics testing reports on autoloading 15-inch triple turret on Henderson's desk as the King George GVs are being designed? Autoloading 15-inch triple turrets on Henderson's desk. Then they're gonna get 15-inch triple. They're gonna get 15-inch triples, aren't they?
I question how auto-loading they will actually be, but I'll accept it for now.
Let's take auto-loading in the phrase they meant at the time, where it was mechanized to the point at which it required about 3 people to watch it.
Okay, that's fine. I'll accept that.
That was basically the level the Royal Navy was aiming for in the 1930s. They wanted to be able to get down to 3 people per gun per turret. So basically, if you consider how quickly that drops a gun crew and a main gun crew down to probably 12 in a turret. From 60 odd people doing various things around that turret. That's a huge saving of That's a huge saving of personnel aboard the ship.
That really is.
And you then do that over 4 turrets. Or 3 turrets. Well, that's a huge. That's dropped from 180 down to 36. And you could even say, right, and I'm going to carry 2 complete turret crews for each turret. It's only 72 versus 180 people.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah. You could probably stick the 14-inch guns on them if you really wanted to, and have them go higher angle with the 14-inch gun, because they probably achieve a higher positioning in the same turret.
That would be horrifically hilarious.
But, Henderson might go, look, it's designed and balanced to work with a 15-inch gun. The new 15-inch 45. We get the 15-inch 45. Oh, and by the way, I can also modify this design for twin turrets. And we've got Renown and Warspite coming into be modified at this point. Shall we test it out on them? Question 11. What if the British built all the County York cruisers like Dr. Clarke's F3 Star cruiser? Same as are built. How does this affect things? So where they're basically F3s but shrunk down the cruisers with 9 8-inch guns forward. How does it affect things? It means they don't have the Yorks, so they have full fat cruisers for all of them. But basically, it also means the Royal Navy cruisers will all look like Nelrods.
I'm not sure whether to be happy or horrified by that.
Well, just think about it from the perspective of long range firing. If you're looking at the system, you won't have any idea if they're F3s. And you only get F3 style cruisers realistically if you get F3s instead of Nelson Rodney. So suddenly you've got a scenario where you are looking through and you're going, is that Nelson Rodney the battle cruisers or is that the county class cruisers? When you're looking from long range.
That's a horrifying thought.
Is it a battle cruiser a really long way away? Or is it a cruiser a long way away?
Either way, it's bad.
And it's something you probably want to avoid. Take care, Dave Harrison.
Yep.
In 218, question 218 from 1961. In 1959, how worn out was HMS Hermes, HMS Eagle, and HMS Argus? Argus was actually retired. That's the point. Argus was retired. She was brought out of retirement for World War II. She was gone. Hermes and Eagle were both due to be replaced. Possibly going to reserve, but the illustrious class were under construction, and Hermes and Eagle were on the list to poddle off quite quickly once the illustrious class entered service. So, in the question of how worn out they were, very. Were they in a terrible state? No. But they were worn out, and one of the things I do often caution people is when you read some of the reports, especially about some of the ships which were written, people tend to look at older ships, people tend to focus in on authors, and especially sometimes historians, focus in on the reports that suit their argument. And it's like, I will read the official reports written by constructors, etc., on Hood. And then I'll read some of the sailors' letters, which apparently detail terrible things. And the thing is, the constructors are writing internal reports for the Navy to judge whether they need to spend money on upgrades and how they're going to assess their upgrade reports and how they're going to do maintenance and how they're. There is no reason a constructor is going to lie about the condition of Hood. There is none, especially as that constructor could end up being the person responsible for the refit of Hood. And then if there's problems in the refit because their report hasn't mentioned anything that's of actual concern, who's going to get the blame?
They are.
Who's going to get the nice meeting with Stanley Goodall with no biscuits?
They are.
Yeah. So, in the nicest way, there is no way a constructor does a tour of HMS Hood and doesn't notice some of the things which some of the sailors claim to be seeing. And claim is the situation. So you have some quite accurate reports. Now, one of the things we do realise is that because of the war, a lot of refits do get put off and she gets used quite hard. So there are issues, but again...
Which will exacerbate a lot of the problems that she was having.
Yes, but there are still quite regular constructor reports. You know, one of the things that's often forgotten is the naval constructors have teams all around the naval dockyards and naval ports around the world, including quite a good team in Gibraltar, which do regular assessments. And it's, when one of the things that Jamie Seedale likes to point out is the reports about Ark Royal, which are basically spending the whole time going, we need to maintain this ship, we need to do this and this properly. And the Admiralty basically going, we don't have another carrier because our carrier's construction was paused, so we can't afford to do that with her. So the Royal Navy has accurate ideas. The reports about Hood
just can't do anything with them.
Are basically saying, yeah, she needs work, but they're not as desperate as some of the accounts you'll read in some, especially some modern works, portray it to be. And considering
the thing with Hood is that she's run down, not breaking down. That's the key difference here.
The thing about Hood is also, in several works, she's whatever the author wants her to be to make their argument. If they want her to be this powerful super ship, they keep talking about her being the flagship of the Royal Navy, the pride of the Royal Navy, this. If they want her to be
basically another Jutland battlecruiser with weak armor, they highlight what happened at Jutland and then say, boom, she exploded as well.
Yes. And that's what you find. Again, she's become this sort of almost litmus test for the quality of the historian you're dealing with. How they treat her. Whether they go a balance of she was both the flagship and she was also this ship. Or whether they harp on one or the other. Bagmaster, what if Germany invaded Sweden in 1940 while going for Norway? Sweden in 1940 would not be a good scenario for the Germans. They were activated, were alert, and those German troops coming ashore would have been...
If you're going to take Sweden, the only way that realistically the Wehrmacht can do it is get ashore in Norway, blitz through Denmark, and then keep going without a declaration of war. You've basically got to have troops ashore and have the Swedish Navy have no way to interface or interfere with it.
Yeah.
You've basically got to attack Sweden through Denmark and Norway. Because I know there's I know Drax said it, and I know Dr. Clarke said it, and I know I've said it about, the Swedish Navy being a threat to the Kriegsmarine and all that. That's all well and good. But the Swedes are not mad or suicidal enough to come into German-controlled Danish belts and try to intercept shipping in that area.
No, but
That's
also
just
I
asking
would
for
say
suicide.
the territory of Sweden is one of the least friendly I can think of for doing a blitzkrieg operation.
True. It all depends on how long Sweden lasts. I don't think there's any danger of the Swedes. I don't think there's any risk of the Swedes.
They won't go as quickly as the Norwegians did, and definitely not as quickly as the Danish did.
But they'll still go. Like, I'm sorry to say this, but Sweden will fight a vicious and very brutal guerrilla campaign. That much is obvious, and it will be a horrific territory for the Germans to hold. But they'll hold it.
Yes, but the resources that it will take will mean that, in a nice way, if they're doing that at that point, the sheer amount of resources is probably going to delay the invasion of France.
And it's going to cripple their iron imports. Well, it's not going to cripple them, but it is going to basically reduce them from peacetime levels to, oh bugger, we have to do this ourselves now.
And what will the Swedish have done to the iron extraction? Because
exactly.
Yeah, so yeah.
It's basically Sweden was perhaps the only country immune to invasion by Nazi Germany. And I say that in the politest and most literal sense. Because of its unique situation, because of the unique situation with Finland leaning on the Germans quite hard, saying we will help you in Russia, but just don't touch the Swedes. Because the Swedes are also helping us with armaments, which you can't provide us. There were a bunch of factors that combined to make it militarily, politically, and economically impossible for Germany to invade Sweden. And most of the military impossibilities are tied up with the economic and political impossibilities.
At Knight 6831, it's just a small question. Knight 6831, let's see. HMS Argus. You're claiming she was a training carrier in that period. Let's see. She had served as a training carrier, but she was decommissioned first in 1929. And recommissioned in July 1938. So, yeah.
She was placed in extended reserve in September 1932. She was converted to a Queen Bee target drone tender. She had her guns removed because she was an auxiliary. She was a target aeroplane carrier in 1938. That was it. She was not an aircraft carrier. And she's recommissioned after having spent almost a decade in decommissioned state. So, no. Do not think of Argus as in a good condition, or something that's pristine and war fighting. She's a old ship which has been basically been sitting around for a decade.
She's basically been kept because of how useful she is.
And
because with her large hangar, because with her unusually large hangar, she can actually serve numerous odd job roles that the Royal Navy needs a flight deck for, but doesn't want to use one of its main carriers for.
Yeah.
That's why she's still around.
Yeah.
If she'd have had a stereotypical hangar size for the period in which she was built, she would have been gone long before the outbreak of the Second World War.
Mm-hmm. She's an experimental carrier more than anything. But anyway, Henk, an unconventional armor scheme for an unconventional ship. Could the deck armor hypothetically be moved to the upper deck? Henk, you've lost me. You've lost me.
What he means is, could the entirety of a ship's deck protection solely be on the deck? AKA the deck plating itself is the deck armor with nothing beneath it.
That, theoretically, you can theoretically do that. It's
not a good idea.
No, it's not a good idea to use your armor plating as your strength deck, because whatever's going to be your upper deck is going to be your strength deck, which is what holds the hull together. You think about it, the hull is like this, and it always wants to spring apart, and the strength deck is what holds it together. And stops it going, boing! That's how it was always described to me by my dad, as the strength deck is basically what holds your ship together. And that's why it's really important. That's why if you want to make your flight deck your armored, you want to make your flight deck your strength deck. And that's also a good scenario, because if you make that your, let's say, the example I was talking about a couple of weeks ago with Forester class, if you make the hangar deck your strength deck and you stick your armour on there, the amount of reinforcement you need to put on the superstructure deck above it, because it's going to be superstructure for the flight deck at that point, for jets to land, means you're pretty much building exactly the same thing as your strength deck in repeat above it. So you end up building it twice over, which is a lot of weight up at the top. So that's why you might as well make the flight deck your strength deck, stick your armour on that, and have that, because otherwise you'll just be repeating it to make it strong enough for the jets to land on it.
Yep.
Black Maximus, 4 Alaska class cruisers versus 2 Scharnhorst.
That's the Alaskas.
That's not even a competition.
No, like at that point you've stacked the deck so heavily in the favour of the Alaskas that whatever advantages the Scharnhorst would otherwise have in armour is basically removed.
It's midday, clear skies in typical North Sea state. It's goodbye Vienna. Honestly, the only thing the Scharnhorst need in that scenario is an iceberg to turn up with a full quartet orchestra doing the theme from the Titanic. You know, that's about it.
Yeah, it's not...
Oh, good lord. Knight 6831, if you think Queen Bee drones are UAVs in any kind of combat sense, then I am very sorry. You would need to go and read up about them again. They are, it's a testing exercise. Yeah, it's not. I love the passion, but you're walloping up a very, very entirely imaginary road here. I'm not sure where you've gone to on that one, but that one's completely off the topic. And completely off the hill. Hendrik Bover, no, I mean main deck armour at the top and a secondary below that, but using it to shorten the citadel but maintain the volume.
It's an interesting concept, for sure.
I think it's going to run into top weight issues, but it could. Let's put it this way: it's the sort of thing which you need to work out with ballasting, and it's basically when your naval architect looks at you the same way as a lawyer does and goes, "This is going to be a highly intriguing idea, sir. I prepare to spend a lot of money." Henk, if Germany decided not to develop the 15 or 16-inch twins, but with Italian help, Krupp is ordered to build a Littorio turret, how early could they have them ready, and what pace could they be constructed? Ooh, so if they basically take a Germanized Littorio turret...
But designed to fit... so are we having... So in that case, if that's the case, you're going to have some form of joint 15. It can't be a German 15. It's going to have to be some form of joint project with the Italians working with the Germans to develop some sort of 15-inch gun both powers are going to use. And if the Germans are influencing it, they might be able to scale down some of the extreme muzzle velocities on that gun that give it such a short barrel life.
Mm-hmm. But there
it'll still be a cracking gun, I've no doubt, but it'll be a gun that won't have a barrel life that is in the high double digits, low. Like you'll be able to use it in more than one engagement, basically. Yes,
I agree if we have to reline it, but, and I will say this, it might then not have the same firing range but if they've gone for the triple 15-inch turrets, etc. The thing is, the Littorios are basically being designed from the 1928 onwards. They're in construction in 1934 at the same point as their turrets are. So theoretically, if the Germans are part of that program, then they could be having a triple turret available by 1936.
Which would mean that there's no point building the Scharnhorst with 11-inch armed ships.
No,
because you are within the Anglo-German naval agreement by that point, and the treaty system has hit escalator level, which means you are allowed guns up to 16-inch.
Yeah.
So at that point, you are going to, which a pair of Scharnhorst with triple 15s as Germany's first capital ships,
means
followed by
Churchill That means Churchill doesn't get to do his capital ship pause, because in nicest way, there is no way he can claim Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are battle cruisers. At that point, he can't do that. He can't say Renana, Repulse, and Hood can beat them all. No, if they've got 9 15-inch guns...
I keep seeing that everywhere in British literature. Even, like, the book Sea Power by Lord Hill Norton claims that the Scharnhorst are battle cruisers.
No, it's all started by Churchill.
I'm aware of that. I know. I keep seeing it everywhere.
I know. This is what I say. Churchill is very good, but one of his troubles is he does live long enough to write A, his own history of him, and B, he writes and he also lives long, and his great advantage is he lives long enough to write his own history. As he said, history will be kind to me. I will write it, for I shall write it.
Yeah. What I will say is that you're looking at the Bismarcks basically being... I'm sorry, you're going to have a 30-knot ship that's running around with 12 15-inch guns. Which, that is going to send alarm bells running through the Admiralty. You know what, 8-15s, it's big, but we could deal with it. 12 15s capable of 30 knots, that's a slightly
Lion
different...
class are getting built.
Yeah, that's a different kettle of fish, that is.
There is now not going to be all that, what about this idea for Lion class and that idea for Lion class? It's going to be ideas are over, designs in, it's built.
Yeah, and you've also got this wonderful thing, which is, of course, the whole,
you thought you were pausing carrier construction? That ain't happening either.
Like, if the Scharnhorst go out to support the invasion of Norway and run into Renown, they're going to go, ooh, meat.
Yes, but the trouble is...
Renown's basically going to turn...
Under that scenario, would the Royal Navy have Renown running around solo?
Probably not.
No. And also, in the nicest way, the scenario is also if the Germans are getting those in with Scharnhorst and Gneisenau in 38 and 39 are getting those ships in, then the pace of British response is going to be...
Oh, it's going to be escalated. You've also got the plus side that Littorios are probably going to... Especially if the if the shells are being manufactured by both Germany and Italy at scale, like, and believe me, I had a very fierce argument with somebody in, I'm not sure if you know who Laserpig is, Laserpig server, claiming that Drac has no sources for his Italian shell quality myth. But like,
go talk to Italian military archives.
Yeah, even if for some reason we assume that what's the word? The shell quality isn't a problem. In that case, then even better. There's nothing to fix, and if it is a problem, then the Germans working with the Italians will probably fix that problem. Which will therefore mean that when the Littorios come to bang away at something, they'll probably end up hitting it and smashing it.
Yeah.
Which is going to cause problems.
It's the nightmare for the Royal Navy.
There is going to have to be a very, very heavy Taranto raid.
That's going to be a
even more so than in our timeline.
That's going to be a 2 or 3 carrier raid operation. There's going to be no chance of dropping Eagle out of it, and there's going to be no chance of pausing construction. So you could probably have 2 or 3 illustrious class involved in it. It's fun. Question 217 from Knight: if war delays to 1942, do you see Hermes, Eagle, and Argus being used in the war retired? They're gone. They're gone.
Hermes, it depends how quickly they go.
Eagle is probably of those the most likely to still be around. Is probably Eagle.
Although she is at this point training carrier.
Let's be honest.
Plus possible test bed for what an escort carrier concept might look like.
Well, no, that was Hermes, but also the nice way Hermes is gone with the moment the second Unicorn's ordered, and Unicorn's systems are being ordered the next year. So Unicorn's under construction. HMS Unicorn starts construction in. I don't just remember the exact date because it's the financial year she's in. That matters, not the portion of financial year. She starts construction in June 1939, at the beginning of that financial year. The next one was to be ordered at the end of that financial year, so would have been February 1940. So both of them would have been in service by 1942, and probably her sister. A third of them might have been ordered. The Royal Navy was considering. There was some interesting debates going on exactly how many Unicorns were going to be built. It could have been. There's a good argument for up to 4 being put forward. And it would have been literally being a face of one every 2 in each of the financial years. So by 1942, you could have had 4 Unicorns around. Remember, they don't count towards carrier tonnage; they're considered auxiliaries. And you have no cumulative limits as well at this point. So you've also got the Indefatigables and Implacable. You've got the Implacables coming along, Indefatigable and Implacable. So yeah,
that's going to be terrifying.
Yeah, they'd all be in service by 1942, so there is no reason you would have any of the older ships hanging around. Furious would be gone. Courageous and Glorious might still be around. They're more likely to be the reserve carriers of anyone.
Oh yeah, Courageous, Glorious, Furious, they're all going to be still knocking around, basically because their large size, but also increasing obsolescence makes them useful as, we want to trial a carrier in a certain role.
Well, the thing is, they're fast enough to be trialed around, whereas if you consider they're fast enough, large enough to be used as such trial ships, whereas you consider those other ones, Hermes, Argus, and Eagle.
Yeah, you've got a point. I'd forgotten the big 3. You've made a good point there, Dr. Clarke.
If any of those are in still service, it's going to be Courageous and Glorious. And they're literally being...
you're probably right. Furious will probably go as well.
Furious will be the test carrier, the training carrier, test carrier. Which you consider she does quite a lot of the role during World War II. That's what she spends a lot of time doing. True. So that's probably what she ends up doing. And Courageous and Glorious would still be in service, but would probably... How do I put this polite? Let me put it this way. Courageous and Glorious would hang around until Implacable and Indefatigable are followed by what are the next two of their sort of size-ish 27,000-ton carriers. Fu apparently now has a mild echo.
Do I? Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
Not sure how. Yeah, are the King George V the best treaty battleship? They have 14-inch guns. I'm just not going to give that. Sorry. I know I'm supposed to be proud of my nation and all these things, and I know there's already people accusing me of being
look at what they did with
overwhelmingly
those
pro-Royal Navy.
I'd argue they were perfectly suitable. You don't need anything bigger. Given the war they actually ended up fighting.
I still don't like the 14-inch gun.
I will actually say they are the best treaty battleships. Fight me.
I'm going to take the Carolinas.
You're going to stand the North Carolina. The ships that vibrate themselves to death for the first half of their careers and hold them up as better than the KGBs. Oh dear, Dr. Clarke.
Sorry, I just have affection for USS Washington. What can I say?
Okay, that's if you want to hold up Washington as the best treaty battleship, I will accept that.
Yeah,
but not the North Carolina class as a whole.
I'm holding up Washington.
There, I'll accept that. That's an entirely different kettle of fish than North Carolina as a class.
Okay, so favourite HCL character, and first of all, I have to is referring. I'm presuming. Yeah,
I'm here as long as you need me. I don't have work, so
that's good. How's your hunt for new work going, by the way?
Yeah, not good. I haven't found anything yet. I've sent out a bunch of things and not heard anything back. Job market's a mess. Especially with me being where I am in terms of skills and employment experience. Support me on Patreon, people!
Please do. We need him to keep working history stuff. Favorite habitual line crosser character? I
know it was only for like a small bit, but I was very, very fond of the guest appearance by the angry drill sergeant as the Apache. Are you sure about that, brother? Oh yeah, hellfire to the face.
I have to say, I tend to like the F-15 when he shows up. He always strikes me as cool, but
104-0. Oh yeah.
The thing about the buff character is, don't take this the wrong way. The buff character, some of the things they say, and I realize it's the same guy putting on the voices, but the buff come out. That reminds me so much of my grandfather. That's so like my granddad in terms of how he used to react to people being. His view was, we don't start fights. We put people down, though. That was his view. He's the thing he used to tell the family on a regular basis. We as a family do not start fights. We will put people down, though. And just say it like that. Just so calmly. And you just go, eh? Granddad? Right then.
Yep, that sounds about right.
A lot of pressure. Hank, if the Mozzarella were built with 300,000 horsepower, would the hull be stable with that much power, or how much speed would it be achieved? If they built that much... you would have to be very careful in how you built that hull. You would have to be very careful how you built that hull. You could very easily design that hull so it would disintegrate on contact with the water at high speed. Dirt Squad, put Admiral Lee in charge of King George V for the year. Is the Washington still better? Yes, because the Washington doesn't have 14-inch guns.
Basically.
Yeah. Look, if you want me to make the case for best armor scheme of a treaty battleship, I would happily go for the King George V. If you want me to go for best dual-purpose gun layouts, etc., I would go for the King George V. So I like the 5.25s for that scenario, for a capital ship layout. But the trouble is, once you get onto the guns, you have the quad turret, which was a problem, and you have the 14-inch gun, which was not great. And it was a perfectly fine gun, but compared to what could have been done in 15-inch or 16-inch, if we concentrate on that, and 15-inch I think would have been acceptable, and would have been something viable to push through, it's a very different matter. And I think also I would have gone with the free triple gun layout, triple turrets, and I designed the turrets specifically so they could have been easily upgraded between 14-inch, 15-inch, and 16-inch guns. And you could have done it. You could have done it so that everything could have been built and you could make the decision as which one you want to build it as right at the last minute, whether you want to set up for 14-inch, 16-inch, 15-inch, or 16-inch. But they didn't. And that's a problem. Nice question. So how fast would a 35,000 to 36,000 Queen Elizabeth be and a 32,000 to 35,000 ton Revenge?
Probably the extra weight would probably go into either extra guns or extra armor, because the thing with the QEs and the Revengers is that the QEs were actually fairly conservative, given this was the RN's first attempt to build something that was a quasi-fast battleship. And if you're talking about the Revengers were supposed to be the battle line bog standard cheapest ships version of the QEs. So a 32 to 35,000 ton Revenge isn't going to have additional speed, it's going to have more armor and a 5th turret.
Yeah.
And as for a QE, you're probably looking at something that would
also have a 5th turret.
As for a QE, I think, yeah, but you probably are looking at a slight increase in speed, probably to 26, 27 knots, but not 28, 29.
Probably.
Back in a second.
Probably. Maybe slightly better armor scheme. Paul Go. We often talk about the Brits using smaller 74s and captured 70s in the Baltic. But Nelson had only the larger 32-pounder 74s of him. So did the usual Baltic one just not get used? Question, that's only counting 74s, not the 64s or 50s, obviously. No. You have to remember that the squadron he was putting together was A, what was available at the time, not what was available over time. What was available at the time, not over time. And B, also, they're going to do the Copenhagen thing. And if you're going to do Copenhagen, and you're doing that sort of operation, you want the heavy ships. You want to bring them might. So, yeah, there's that scenario going on. It's to an extent mission role. I was sure, how would this theoretical Coronel affect Zerdy's career by preventing his use of the battlecruiser of the Falklands? And would that affect the usage of battlecruisers at Dogger Bank and Jutland? Well, Sturdy probably gets some credit because Coronel's now won with those vessels turning up, and he probably still ends up with a battle squadron at a certain point, but because he's senior enough to do that. But would it affect the battlecruiser Dogger Bank and Jutland? Probably not. Most way, it's probably not going to have any impact beyond that. The more interesting thing is going to have effect on. Well, how do I put this politely? The senior officers who would actually be at the Battle of Coronel would have the impact. So it depends on if it's still Craddock. It could be still Craddock. They could be sent to reinforce him, or they could have another admiral come with them. If we consider the Duncans were part of which of the battle squadrons at that point? Duncans. They are part of 3rd Battle Squadron at that point, and I don't know.
They were the king. No, that's the Wobbly 8 at that point. Which squadron were the Duncans part of? Oh, good lord, this is an interesting question. Which squadron were the Duncans part of? Duncan. It's one fit. I'm going to have to go to the Dreadnought Project. That is the only option. I will have to go to the Dreadnought Project and go search through, because that will tell me.
Oh my goodness.
Duncan Dreadnought Project. Because my book, I haven't got my book out, so I'm going to that. I love the Dreadnought Project. They are very, very good at their history. Now, what she's doing in World War II. She was a gunnery training sister ship. First World War. Originally, they were going to be 6th Battle Squadron serving the Channel Fleet, but Jellicoe requested that Duncan and Amal Cornwell were assigned to 3rd Battle Squadron Grand Fleet for patrol duties to make up for the shortage of cruisers. So they're assigned there.
Which honestly makes sense, honestly. That actually fits with what the Duncans could do.
Yes. So then she transferred to the Channel Fleet in November 1914 to reinforce it. Then King they would reconstitute into the 6th Battle Squadron in November 1914. So 6th Battle Squadron is what I'm looking for, so I need to find a command, I think, roughly at that point of the 6th Battle Squadron. Oh, this is going to be fun. One of the smaller battle squadrons of the Royal Navy. Historically, I know it can be reached. Let's see. By the time it has the Duncans in command of it, it's Rear Admiral Stuart Nicholson, who's also Rear Admiral Home Fleets at the North, so he probably wouldn't get sent. Stuart Nicholson probably doesn't get sent. He does retire as a full admiral though, so he's got some experience behind him, and some experience. Oh, good lord.
I don't like that sound. That means Dr. Clarke's found something incredibly interesting.
Well, you see, apparently Nicholson at the same point is serving as both commander of 6th Battle Squadron. He's also serving as an additional Rear Admiral in the 3rd Battle Squadron at the same time, according to the Pink List, in September-October 1914.
Oh, I say.
He was Admiral on the retired list, but no, he does have interesting experience. And he was also Rear Admiral 2nd in Command Eastern Mediterranean Squadron in June 1915. And all sorts of things, while still technically being in charge of 6th Battle Squadron. So obviously he does get sent away for weird stuff.
So that kind of makes sense.
So basically, that then comes down to as he's a Rear Admiral 30th of July 1912, and Craddock when's he made
to make sense now?
When's he made Rear Admiral? Because that's going to be the decider. He's appointed a Rear Admiral. Oh, Craddock's also has. Oh, it's always forgotten. Craddock has a very good career and is a very experienced. He's promoted Rear Admiral in August 1910, so he would have outranked. He would have outranked. He'd have had 2 years seniority on Nicholson, so he'd have been in charge even if Nicholson had come down. But you probably have 2 Royal Navy Rear Admirals down there. The odds are, because again, Nicholson doesn't strike me as the type of guy who's going to listen to 2 of his ships are going to charge off to possibly get in a fight, and is going to be the guy going, you know what, I'm going to wait behind and watch while my ships go and do this. But it's another of those. This officer was that one, and you see, the thing is, I also know Nicholson from some of the papers he wrote post World War One, which make this incredibly interesting because theoretically, according to this, he wasn't sitting high in the action, but he was doing all sorts of interesting things, and yeah. And he was Rear Admiral to Francis Alban Arthur Gifford Tate's Vice Admiral at one point as well, which is a very fun position to have.
Ah.
Have you heard of Tate?
Vaguely.
Look him up sometime if you're feeling very, very... if you want to look up an interesting career. He was Alban Gifford Tate. And that was actually a name he chose. He's an interesting...
Gifford Tate.
Yes, he's an interesting guy.
Extraordinary figure.
He is, and he is fun. Alright, Alistair Shaw. How would this theoretical coronel affect Surrey's career? I'll answer that one. Probably doesn't have any effect really on Dogger Bank and Jutland, but it's going to have an impact on other things because it's going to be a case of, right then, if we're using the pre-dreadnoughts for wandering around for doing this mission, then you don't necessarily need to use the battlecruiser for it. And also, if the battlecruisers are not down there, they might be elsewhere.
I just had a thought. If the Admiralty doesn't need to send those battle cruisers there, might they not be free to, I don't know, take a detour into the Med?
Well, let's see. The trouble is, Coronel is November 1940, Goeben and Breslau is August 1914, and they're already after them at that point. The British already had the battle cruisers after them. It was Indomitable, Indefatigable, and those things were after them. It's the Admiralty which ordered Indomitable, Indefatigable to go in the wrong direction, for fear that he was going to try and make a shot for Gibraltar to try and get out. And honestly, what they should have probably done in that scenario, the sensible thing would have been to have something like Duncan sitting in Gibraltar. Because if you'd had the 4 Duncans sitting in Gibraltar, then there's no way Goben's getting past them. With Gibraltar's guns and them sitting there, they will. If you've got them positioned across the strait, Goben is not. It's not
even going to be a contest. It's just you're asking for trouble there.
Yeah. Someone at Side Projects just done a video called the Biggest Lies from Historical Movies. I do not want to watch that because it would just upset me. Right. What question? Oh, good Lord. Question 96. Why did Courageous and Glorious Star 47 pounder Hotchkiss get aboard at the time of their demises?
Probably because they were killed very early in the war, and Admiralty hadn't gotten around to removing and replacing said gun.
Yes, and they still worked as a gun. Not very effectively, but it was better than having nothing. Until you could replace them with something better,
You leave them on. What would the effect of Vickers developing an effective 16.5-inch 45 at the time of the design of the King George Vs at a similar cost? What setup would we see? Something similar to the roads or a triple turreted King George V type? If you've got that sitting on there ready to go on the shelf, already tested, then there is an argument that Anson and Howe get modified to 3 triple turrets. Because you could probably do that Anson and Howe. You couldn't do that with the earlier ships. They're too far along. If you've got it available and ready to go. But that gives you a 420mm gun. And that's going to scare the bejesus out of at least one nation.
Yep.
Are there any other ships besides Enterprise that have got an Admiralty pennant?
That's all you, Dr. Clarke. I wouldn't have a clue.
USS Enterprise is the American ship which got an Admiralty pennant. That's not as... The various people consider it the highest, most prestigious decoration. Certainly it's a decoration which can be given to ships. It's rare that you give them to foreign ships, but it's how do I put this? For Royal Navy ships, quite a lot have got pennants, especially associated with names for their historical actions. So it's one of those things of it's also associated with a name, and an Admiralty pennant basically is this is the flag you fly when you have a member of the Sea Lords aboard, and it was given as a gift. So it's basically you've had Sea Lords aboard, sort of thing. It's one of those things. The Royal Navy has those things. You have to remember the Royal Navy has been managing both soft power projection and crew morale for a long time, and they've learnt the value of symbols for crews. And so, presenting the US Navy's most decorated ship with an Admiralty pennant, yes, there was a very big speech probably made and all these things when they were giving it, but it wasn't... How do I put this? It was more extraordinary it was given to a foreign Navy ship than it was given out, if that makes sense. Because it basically means at that time, having these days, ships getting an Admiralty pennant is very rare because there are only 2 Sea Lords and they don't wander around as much and don't give as many pennants out because they're usually busy dealing with arguments in Whitehall to preserve naval funding. In those days, there were, at times, 5... and various other assistants and senior deputies, etc., associated with the Sea Lords, so it was slightly more common. I mean, there was Henderson had a pennant, Admiralty pennant, which he flew in a couple of exercises where he turned up. The 3rd Sea Lord was in charge of one of the forces on the exercise because his was the senior admiral's pennant on those ships. Sort of thing. So, that's me trying to explain it without... I don't want anyone to consider it an insult or it was a downplayed. It was a nice war, but it's also not... How am I doing, Fu? Am I insulting people or am I trying to explain this?
No, you're just explaining. It's logical and it makes perfect sense.
No, definitely, it's definitely not making perfect sense, but hopefully it's logical. New IQB 442. I added that in myself because I'm so used to saying it. That's Clarke. I returned from a Spanish adventure. If you need someone to help with Kalax assembly, I can pop down in my free time. Don't joke about that, you might get invited. But I have no accommodation for anyone at this point. Question 215. How different to the Invincible class would need to be if the Sea Harrier weighed that much? Let's consider the existing Sea Harrier. So the Sea Harrier's empty weight is... Sea Harrier's empty weight is 14,500 pounds. So honestly, you've got it weighed between 13,000 and 40,500 pounds with 9 high imports. Honestly, they have 4 hard points, so you're doubling their hard points. Well, they have 4 external. They have the 2 under. They have the 2 frame hard points as well, don't they? So that gives them 6 hard points, I think. 4 underwing pilot stations, 1 fuselage, so 5 plus 2 attach points for guns. So they could take 8,000 pounds of payload. So yeah, you've basically asked us for a Sea Harrier, so they'd be exactly the same. Because if a Sea Harrier was 40,500 pounds, it'd be oh god. So I'm presuming it's supposed to be 14,000. So yeah, that's basically it. But go to Clarke. Can an aircraft carrier and a fast battleship share a common hull design from the start without any compromises? Ooh.
It's complicated, but
not impossible.
In theory, it's possible.
In theory. Pardon me for that. In theory, it's possible.
Wow, we're actually catching up. Good lord.
We've almost finished the questions. And I might say open them for another 5.
We haven't even called a halt to them yet.
I might say open them for another 5 or so, and we'll go on to about 11:30. So, if Runon, if you're still there, and you're the person who can do that, if you can open up the questions and give us about another 6 or so questions if people want to put them in, and then close it down again. So just open it for about another 6. And if as there's people saying, if you wish to donate or support channels for either me or the Foo, for me, I have, well, of course, and especially if people are donating towards the Kalax fund at the moment, there is super chats, super thanks, there is Patreon, there is Ko-fi, and there is PayPal, where I think there are links to, even on my page, where you can do direct donations that way, depending on how you want to pay and who you want to. Because I realise some people don't like paying through Patreon, some people don't like paying through YouTube, and some people don't like paying through Ko-fi, although I really don't understand that, because they seem to be really nice, simple people. They don't take a lot of money. It's basically, it's very limited. But I am going to be using the Ko-fi more, because I've been having a chat with Garrus the Brit, and we think it's a great way to possibly share articles and set up an article sharing system, an automated article sharing system. So I might start sort of putting up old articles, and basically if you donate money you get to select X, Y or Z article and pump it and get access to it.
As for me, I only have my Patreon, I'm afraid. I've been working on trying to get some more, but
yes,
unfortunately,
but also,
that's not available.
We have to work out what is your offer on your Patreon, because of course for my Patreon, people get to suggest topics and then vote for those topics, and those topics get made into videos.
Well, I've got the supporter tier, which is just you're helping me out, which is just $3. But then I have created recently a Fleet Fantastic Funder tier, which is $15 and it comes with access to a chat where you're allowed to ask a question that gets answered at the start of that week's ramblings, depending on when you ask it, but it's guaranteed to be answered.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like Drax's Patreon questions, if you think about it that way.
Yeah. And the reason I do mine my way is because, honestly, my ability to do a short answer to anything is very, very low. So I do it my way because they're going to end up being long answers anyway, so I might as well make it a long point.
You know me, Dr. Clarke, I will answer the questions I'm able to answer, but you can get short answers at times. But if I was obviously with these questions having a price tag attached, I will obviously be giving it the full 9 yards.
Yeah.
In a way that otherwise wouldn't.
Cody 85. The little cousins want the good doctor's help building a boat for them to go fishing with. How much begging, bribing would be involved, and what are the chances that it looks like a tribal? It doesn't look like a tribal, and actually I have now helped build 2 boats for little cousins to go fishing in, and they are little fishing boats. They are literally little wooden rowing boats / fishing boats. The only things I insist when helping them and when helping their parents in doing it is that they are going to get a motor and a pump attached to them, so for automatic bailing of water, and a GPS system that I can ping from turn on remotely to ping and make sure I can find them if they're out at sea. That is the only requirements they've always been fitted with. Well, in the case of both that I've helped build, but normally, actually, quite a lot of my little cousins like to do ocean kayaking like I do. It's quite a big thing in our family. And so, yeah, you will occasionally, if you from now on down more in Cornwall, you will possibly see, if you're looking at the Cornish coast, a little flotilla of kayaks going past, and probably me at the back going, keep going, and no, you're not falling behind me, come on. Or occasionally taking 1 or 2 in tow when they get tired. I can't really do that at the moment because my stamina's not up to it at the moment, but that's what I hope to get back to. It's fun kayaking. Ocean kayaking is cool. Alright. So, if in the World War II era a midget sub is ordered with 4 533mm torpedoes, 4 crew members, and 1,500 kilometers range, how much would it weigh?
That is not a midget submarine. That's a coastal submarine.
Yeah, that is.
You are well beyond the boundaries of midget submarine at that point.
That's a small coastal submarine, but there is actually a good example of that one.
Also, if you've got that many torpedo tubes, I'm sorry, but you're going to need more than 4 blokes.
Well, no, if they are external loaded ones, so they can't fire them. They're just the 4 loaded up. You are probably looking at something, and I would want to point this out. The Kyohyotake, the Type A class midget submarine of the Japanese Navy, that was capable of roughly 100 nautical miles at 2 knots of speed, and so that's 190 kilometers, and you want 1,500 kilometers, and that weighed in at roughly 47 tons submerged. You are probably talking about something which is going to be about roughly 200 tons submerged, if you want that range. Yep. That's a lot. That's a long range. That's a lot of fuel. Might be. Let's say. Hang on. Let's say no. It's 190. No, I'm going to go for roughly 200 tons submerged, because that's roughly, because you are talking about 1,500 kilometers versus 190 kilometers. You're not saying what speed, but pardon me. I'm going to presume you want something that's slightly faster than 2 knots underwater, 2 knots on the surface, etc. It's going to be big. It is going to be a coastal submarine, though, not a midget submarine. Runon, which captain or admiral best personifies Warspite's machine spirit?
Honestly, Captain Dalrymple Hamilton, I think, of Rodney.
From World War II, possibly. But if we're going throughout the history of the Royal Navy, doesn't stop, seems to have plot armor, always seems to be going everywhere and finding enemies to beat up, does weird maneuvers. I go for Duncan. Admiral Duncan. That would fit him, frankly. That would fit him. Aaron, what do you think?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Do you disagree with Duncan?
Duncans keep coming up, don't they?
Yeah, it does seem to be a theme tonight. Admiral Duncan seemed to be a theme this evening. What was the French main gun research like? Was it advanced as other nations, or did they have good ideas and bad ones? They got fair.
Gunnery is about the same.
They have some fairly good ideas. Their main trouble is developing their metallurgy and developing their production facilities, which is why they're picking the gun sizes they are. And again, that's why some people go, the Dunkirks, they're battle cruisers, and you go, they're not. They're fast battleships with small guns, because that's the biggest they could build at the time. The amount of people who suddenly decide that for some reason, after it not being a factor in whether a ship was a battlecruiser or not, for the entirety of its previous history, apparently in the mid-1930s, suddenly gun size becomes a factor in declaring whether a ship is a battlecruiser or not.
I know.
And you sit there and go, so the 13.4 inch is a battlecruiser, but the 14 inch is a battleship?
Please cease.
Nigerian, why is it so hard to find 1918 HMS Eagle's full load displacement? Because it kept changing. Because she was an experimental carrier and they kept modifying things around her. And full load includes fuel you're carrying, aircraft you're carrying, everything on her. And those things kept changing in that period. And it kept being calculations. Because again, this is the reality for Eagle. So there's a full load theoretical displacement that she has in 1924. Believe it or not, it's different than the one she has in 1925. Because things change. And also, one of the things about Eagle is she gets her fuel management system updated almost more often than anyone else. Because she uses a test ship for it. Because it's quite easy to get at her fuel systems. Because they've been patched into the hull. Because she was built as a battleship, so they weren't as buried as deeply as they were in the other carriers. And so they do a lot of testing on her. And that changes the amount of fuel she can carry. And all sorts of things. So basically it's because she keeps changing. Dirt Squad.
Yep, basically.
Did you find the English title of the book in the French pre-dreadnoughts, and was it reopening the Brest hotels? I think that's more a question for the food than for me.
Don't look at me. I didn't go looking for it. Why would I? It would just disprove what I have to say.
When are you doing the...
I know. Before anyone jumps on me. I know. Good research is founded on good scholarship. I am not arguing that I would deliberately hide information to support my theories. Just, it was a one-time joke. Nobody please jump on me.
Yeah, we'll do that. Alex, when are you doing the literature prize to Leslie? When are you doing literature prizes? I'm not presuming who's going to win it. I'm not announcing that one. But also, the literature prizes are going to be something I'm going to try and get to. I want to do them before, or I might actually do them as part of the as a discussion of them as part of the Historiathon, answering questions, etc. Do discussions of them as part of that, and that might be tied together because that might be a sensible thing to do now at this point, because it has been delayed so much by me being ill and various other things. And family being ill, and the house move being changed. Remember, we were supposed to move.
I think
we were supposed to move in a house in February, and we actually ended up moving in July. It was fun. And August. Actually, I think we ended up moving in August, didn't we? Because it's September, and we've only been in here about 4 weeks. So yeah, we moved in August. This whole year's been moving house.
Good lord.
Go I imagine Dr. Clarke might need a slightly larger garage to hide Hydra in. Currently, we don't have a garage on this property. That's one of the things we've got to do. We've got to build a garage. And then, in the nicest way, it's not for me or me to put anything in. It's for my mum's classic cars. Or classic car. It's not for us. Not for us to use. We're entirely building a garage. There is an entire garage being built for my mum's cars.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's not I don't think it's a massive garage. It's only going to be a double garage, but you know, still cars plural. Megascrow question by 1930 and 1950. By 1920 and 1950, not 1930. How do vertical triple expansion and turbines compare in efficiency? By 1920, turbines are a lot more efficient in terms of maintaining higher speed. Triple expansion engines, especially by that point, are onto quadruple and even some are onto quintuple expansion engines. Realistically, once you start looking at the number of expansion chambers they have, they are all about efficiency and providing of cruising speed. But at a certain point, they stop being about having the top speed match with the turbines, and they start being about the efficiency long-range cruising match versus diesels. So in the 1930 and 1920, the match is still turbines have won the thing for high speed, and it's now diesels versus versus multiple expansion engines. And by 1950, diesels have won that.
Yeah, and what I will say is, in the 20s and 30s, whether you went with diesel or triple or vertical expansion engine, basically depended on where your ship was going to operate. If you were going to be operating around Europe and North America, where you could reliably get diesel, you started to see a lot of diesel ships appear on transatlantic work. You start to see a lot of diesel, smaller cargo vessels being built around the late 20s, beginning to go through the 30s. They don't displace steamships, but they start to appear more and more as the new builds rather than vertical expansion. However, if your vessel's operating anywhere outside of Europe, where you might not be able to reliably acquire diesel, but you will be able to reliably acquire coal or fuel oil, the choice is obvious.
Yeah, and you get mixed. That's also why you have so many mixed fuel boilers on those ships that could take coal or oil or both.
Basically, you filled your bunkers with whatever you could find, or whatever was cheapest.
Wait a minute, do you have a list of worldwide naval shipyards in 1935, 30, 40 and 45? Curious how many yards were built. Actually, I do have a book somewhere, he says somewhere, looking at his huge piles of boxes and thinking about the box he has upstairs, which does have that in. But unlike in the other book, the book I was talking about earlier, which I know is in the box there because I know the mark on the outside of it, I have I cannot see the mark which was on the outside of the box which had those in. But not all of them are the right way round, because I was sticking those up and I was not feeling well at the time when I was making that pile and sorting that stuff out. So I did a bit of a bad job in that I didn't get all of them the right way round. In fact, if I turn the camera to that side, you will see what I mean. Notice some of them have markings on them. Some of them are the wrong way round. Some was not feeling well when he did it, so someone kind of got a bit, It was up there, happy. It will be sorted. But they basically, I don't want to try and get that out. It's when you realise that has in it. Let's see. In this section alone, there's 12 up there, then there's another 12, 15, 16. So that's 28, and then there's another 10 there, so that's 38 in that section. And then there's 38 upstairs. Boxes. And you sit there and go, oh my lord. And then you realise I have unloaded a total of 18 boxes of books already into the 4 Kalaxes I have. 2 I brought with me, and the 2 that Drac gave me. And then you go, I have 76 more to unload. Let's see, that's 4 for 4 Kalaxes. Each Kalax costs roughly 60 quid, so that's roughly £240, and I need 4 for every 18. I've got 18, roughly, let's say 4 times 18, so I need roughly another 16 Kalaxes. I'm an idiot. That's nearly £1,000 in bookshelves. I should have. I should have thought of this before when I was first ill, but the trouble is I was ill. It's life. That's life. You don't think about these things when you're getting all these books and buying all these books. You think gorgeous books. You forget about the cost of the bookshelves. But I had originally put a few hundred aside for wood, but that's now got on the nice gentleman from the Cornwall handyman to do some of the work, because he's had to come in to do the heavy work instead of me. It's fun.
Yes.
So, I'm wondering how much money you've spent on bookshelves now. I'm reckoning you have a fairly extensive collection. Foo.
I do. Most of it's, funnily enough, still in boxes. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. I am the head.
Yeah. With an order of 16 bookcases, you probably would get free shipping. I'm hoping I would. If I manage to have enough money to at the end of the month to order all 16 in one go, if they don't give me free shipping, then frankly I am crying.
Angry, sad Dr. Clarke noises quite literally intensify.
Yeah. Okay, here's a fun one for us to discuss at the end. And thank you, Runon, for managing all the questions this evening, and all the admin team for managing the questions.
As usual, Runon, your ace.
Yeah, Runon's...
why do you think I nicked off with him?
Yeah.
Them, sorry, her, I should say. Why do you think I nicked off with them to my own server?
Yeah.
Manage it. That for me.
I'm fairly sure Foo's planning on sending boxes of chocolates and things. I've got to send Iron Brew. I've got to send 1901 Iron Brew by the caseload to Runon.
Yeah, I've got to do other things.
You are closer than I am to the actual brewery for Iron Brew. You could go and get the special stuff from the brewery itself.
I could do this. This is true.
You are closer.
This is a thing that I could do.
So, from Gorbin, the wiki page for the Helgeland class mentions Tirpitz wanting a Minas Grais-esque design with 2 groups of super firing and 2 wing turrets. Is there anywhere else I can read about that ship? Now, that's an interesting thing, because Tirpitz had lots of ideas about what he wanted. And if he got that would have given him a 10. That would have given him a 10-gun broadside, and 8 gun forwards and 8 guns aft, right?
Yeah, basically.
That would have been a very interesting vessel to take on, but also handling-wise, that would have been intriguing. Now, is there anywhere I can read about these ships? This is one of the things. One of the things that I keep having talks with, because Drac's been nursing this idea for a while, is the concept of a book or some sort of work or book or video about the not built ships, and the ideas the paths not taken when it comes to battleships, because there are a lot of them, a lot of interesting ones. There are my favourites.
All them things.
The original G3s. There are others' favourites. I also quite like the F3s. I have to say I really do quite like the F3s.
Fleet has his laundry list of French designs not taken.
Yes.
Because of course I do.
Also worth checking the bargain corner whether you visit IKEA and see what's there. I agree with that, Derp Squad. I would just like to say I do agree with that. But the trouble is the nearest IKEA to me is Exeter, which is 90 minutes to 2 hours drive away, depending on the route. And it's usually going to be a 2 hour route because I will probably end up going via Tavistock. And the amount I will spend in that lovely bookshop, which is closing down in Tavistock Market, will more than outweigh anything I make in terms of savings by actually visiting Exeter and actually going round the IKEA savings. There is a reason why ordering online is safer for my bank balance. Look, we all have our weaknesses when it comes to certain things of spending. Mine is second-hand and old bookstores. Okay?
Yeah.
I freely admit I have that weakness. If I walk past them and find very good collections of naval history books, I will be tempted. It's just cruel to me. So it's actually safer to stay this side of the moors. To stay this side, to not go anywhere near the Jamaica Inn. And if you don't know what the Jamaica Inn is, please look it up. But also, there is also Cornwall Services, which is actually surprisingly nice services. It's roughly half an hour. It's going to sound strange, but I always find a service station at roughly half an hour from home that I can stop in after a long journey. So basically, I can pull in, fill my car up, find some food, have a drink, and a little decompress. Because especially if you've done a long journey and you're travelling a long way, stopping about half an hour before you get home. Because the moment you get home, you're going to be dealing with dealing with the family, dealing with the dogs, dealing with all the things that have been left at home. You want to have a bit of a break before you do that last bit and deal with that, because otherwise you're going to come completely off the road with all the issues from the road in your mind straight into home. It's about half an hour away. It's a perfectly reasonable distance to say I'm stopping for a drink and to fill the car up. And it's it's got a Taco Bell, which honestly I have never tried in there because the Taco Bells I have tried in the past have either been incredibly bland or incredibly overspiced. They never seem to get a happy medium. Even in the quesadillas. But I will probably try it at some point. It's got a nice pasty shop. It's got a McDonald's. It's got a Subway, and it's got clean toilets, which are always an important thing when you're travelling around the world. Clean toilets are an important thing. Although I do agree with someone's comment. I do agree with someone's comment the other day about Japan, which was they have the world's finest toilets and they have not that many Mexican restaurants. So you have Rolls Royce, but nothing to test out the full capabilities. And I would say this based on the fact that usually the spiciest food to consume is Mexican. I have to say, though, have you tried Guatemalan recently?
No, I have not.
Be careful, because there are some dishes in Guatemalan which are truly eyebrow-raising. Very nice. Should we give the Doctor his own pocket plane of existence? I have been for a long time considering that what I want is storage magic. The ability to store stuff and just pluck it from memory and bring it out.
You have no idea how much I would pay and what I would sacrifice for that.
The ability to just think, poop, and get it out, and then put it back in. Oh,
yep.
Yeah.
It would make going on long walks so much fun.
Just imagine international travel, though.
Oh, good lord. No luggage to declare, no worries about losing anything.
Nothing, it just straight through, fine.
That's fantastic.
No one, and especially if it was decent storage magic that also cleaned stuff when it was put in there. So if you put dirty clothes back in it, it comes the next time you pull it out, it's clean.
Well, at that point, we're kind of stretching beyond storage magic there.
It's a section of storage. You know, it makes your life a little bit better. Thank you, Geo Guy. Do I ever go to the massive second-hand bookstore in Rochester? Yes, there is entire reasons I have detoured to Rochester. Yeah, well, nicest way. 9681, you just put in a question of, I get the idea the larger revenge with 10 means Renowns get 8 and Hood gets 12. That's going to depend on
No.
If Revenge has 10 doesn't mean Renowns get 8. It might mean Renowns are even bigger and faster. They could be Hood scale speed, but still only have 6 guns. And Hood getting 12 would mean that Hood's got triple turrets.
Yeah, which may not follow.
Yeah.
You can't extrapolate forwards from changes with any great degree of reliability.
Once you're getting basically 1 or 2 generations beyond in ship design from making that change, you are into...
There's a reason why a great chunk of my recent discourse on a hypothetical war and the building race that would lead up to it between the Americans and the British in the mid-20s was basically beyond the first generation. It was purely conjecture and my opinions.
Yeah.
A lot of people said that's not what they do, and I said, well, that may be true, but it also, like, do you know what they do?
At this point,
no, you have an opinion, same as me.
Yeah, you can't really argue at a certain point. At a certain point, this is why with alternate histories, I always have very definite end times, and I have very definite. This is the rationale behind why I think this would happen. And still, I get people going, "Oh no, this wouldn't happen," or "This wouldn't happen this way," and I go, "Well." In a nice way, I've put out the logic of my argument. Please put out the logic of your argument. But you're not probably going to persuade me, and I'm not going to persuade you, because we have different opinions on the values of things. And this is the trouble when you're doing an alternate history. Cervix, I would kill sometimes for good books about warships, but sadly, most of the second-hand books, there are only books about tanks and Funny Mustache Man. Now, this is the thing. In the UK, I have a good list of a few good ones. And as I said, the little bookstore in the corner of Pannier Market, Tavistock, is closing down at the end of September. So you've only got a couple of weeks left. But if you're nearby, please go to that, because Lee's always had a wonderful naval history section. And it really is worth going and reading and buying. It's always had excellent books, and basically has been low-key sponsoring me in terms of book procurement for pretty much my whole life. I don't think I've ever paid full price for a book there in my entire time of going there, because he's always been lovely as a chat.
But perhaps you probably should have paid full price at some point to keep him alive.
Well, no, he's only started going because he's retiring and he couldn't find anyone else to take over the bookstore. No one else wanted to do it 7 days a week.
I will do it. That's
the thing, and it's all sort of got to be modernised. But he'd be very happy, honestly, if anyone wanted to take it over. He's been trying to close down for about. Well, he's been trying to pass it on to someone for about last year. And there was a certain point at which I would have considered it, but I just decided in the end, no, I've got too many other things going on. I can't do that 7 days a week. But he runs a really excellent bookstore. Anyway, there's a few other. There's one in Poole, which is a really, really good. There's a good antique / second-hand bookstore. There's one in Falmouth, which always has a good naval section. There is one in Bristol I can think of. There are a couple in London, including one underneath the arches. If you go to Waterloo Bridge and you go down below Waterloo Bridge onto the arches on the south bank, you will find a second-hand bookstore stores are set up there on a fairly regular basis, and they are absolutely amazing collections of books, and amazingly very interesting to go there, and you can spend a lot of money up there. And I can take you around basically the UK by good second-hand bookstores. I can take you to the ones in York, the ones in Newcastle, the ones in Glasgow. And that's where I get a lot of my older history books. This is also time for a history. This is one of the things that people find funny when I talk about my job, because some weeks I'm spending the whole week reading, some weeks I'm spending the whole week writing, and some weeks I'm spending the whole week trying to find the sources to read and write. And that can include me going, this bookstore usually has good quality of this, and I'm going to be near there, so I'm going to go in there and check. because you can't find the books anywhere else. One in Bristol from Dirk Scott. Do tell, if you go to the railway, the railway station, the old exit, and you, it's about 5 minutes walk from there into the old part of Bristol, and you will see it. It's just a sort of quite a visible bookshop, but it's a second-hand bookshop. If you go from the old station, you wander towards the older part of Bristol, you will find it on the road. Anyway, it is now nearly past, and I did promise you could go to bed at this point, so I'm going to let you go, and I will talk to you again tomorrow evening.
No. Who said anything about me going?
Oh no, of course you have announcements.
Yes, exactly. I have no.
Yeah, Phil has announcements.
Oh yes. Well, first of all, so for those of you who are aware and watch my channel regularly, will be aware that we have gradually been closing in on the first major milestone of the recorded ramblings, the Big 50. And that is tomorrow. I have gathered together, I know I'm getting Dr. Clarke, Drax a possibility, depending on if he can chime in from wherever he is in the States. I'm going to get most of the major panel that are usually around, and we might get some other members of the ship-shape crew as well, depending on those that are available. It will also be a longer ramblings than normal. It will start at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, and we'll keep going until Fleet physically keels over. The members of the panel will likely come and go as they are able to, so I don't know who will be available at what time. So we'll just keep going until they arrive, and then leave, and then Fleet will stop when he either keels over or it gets to about 1 o'clock in the evening.
I will probably join after we have finished doing noisy drilling work of sticking up the fireproof door. Because I doubt you want me to join with someone behind me going...
The sound effect is appreciated. But yeah,
let's put it this way. I was going through. I've taken 3 attempts. I've tried to record the supercarriers and supercarriers and specialists, the aircraft carriers of the Cold War, which was just a nice theoretical discussion of the aircraft carrier development post World War II. And in every single one, it's got. No matter where they were in the house, it's the mic's picked it up. No matter how much I turn down the gain, the mic has picked them up.
Yeah. What I will say is, just one more thing. I know I've said it a few times, but I just want to hammer it home. If you want Fleet to continue being a slightly off-kilter quasi-naval historian to supplement the big boys, aka Dr. Clarke, Drac, and the rest of them, and if you want your alternate naval history coming from a source that's possibly reliable but may or may not be, then please give me some support. I don't like asking for money, it makes me feel dirty, but I genuinely need the help.
I had to say that's how I started out, but I got over it because I started realizing the benefits of doing this and the benefits of asking for money this way rather than the traditional ways as an academic you're taught to with grants, etc. is this comes with a lot less strings. In terms of you're able to do the research and there isn't anyone going over your shoulder going, but is that the methodology we want? And are the, is that what we want to research? You can go, well, no, this is what I want to research, and will you please fund it? Instead, with a lot of grants, you end up having to form a sort of halfway house between what you want to research and what they want you to research. And whereas with this sort of thing, you go, this is what I do. This is what I want to do. Will you please support it?
Ruinod.
And it's nice.
Oh yeah, that's right. If Ruinod's going to be there, I actually have my YouTube moderator on standby. If he's going to be there tomorrow, which is going to be fantastic. Derp Squad says, Fleet, you're providing a service. It's fair to ask for money.
Yeah.
Like even if I can only get like 10 to 20 people giving $3 a month, that'll be enough to help mitigate a lot of the problems. If I can get up to 100 people giving that amount, I might be able to actually that will cover my bills.
Yeah.
Given how I am, and I might be able to go full time.
Well, that's pretty much. This is the thing is the one of the parts of the move down here, and parts of things I'm doing down here is I'm moving up to doing YouTube stuff at least 3 days a week, and the other 2 days a week are mostly book writing and research. It's okay, teaching etc. and stuff is sort of coming because that's I can afford to do that from Cornwall. I couldn't afford to do that dealing with the price in London. Or sorry, as it was. Yeah. They just didn't work.
I mean, if I go full time, I'm committing. My work week will be Monday to Sunday.
Yeah.
Because a lot of what I do is related to YouTube anyway.
Yeah.
So, if I can get to that stage, I will fully be able to flip, and that'll be it.
Yeah.
Because I've learned full well not to rely on YouTube advertising in any way. I'm reliant instead on the kind people. That's how you make the money.
Yeah, you don't
rely on the algorithm.
It's Patreon which pays the bills. YouTube.
Yeah.
Let's put it this way: I have the fun I've had during this is the amount of times I've got told by YouTube that if you do lives, your earnings go up by 600% or stuff like that. You're sort of going, yes, because I get so little in advertising revenue from all the videos I do. It's the support. It's the super chats. It's the super thanks. It's the members of the YouTube, and it's the patron which funds it, and which funds the channel and funds the research and work. As I said, now my historical work is entirely funded by YouTube and the YouTube work I do through the channel, and now the other jobs I do are what pay food bills and things like keeping my car going, etc. And it's a case of, well, if I can shift to the point to which YouTube can also pay for the car bills, then in the nicest way, especially once I've got my own kitchen, the food bills reduce enough that, frankly, with what I like to sort of buy cheap stuff and do it up nicely, rather than buying expensive stuff and not bothering to do it, not doing much with it in terms of cooking food. Pretty much, I might even be less likely to bother with doing some of the teaching work. But there are companies like Justin Craig where, as long as they want me, I'll still keep going back to them, because honestly I've got too many friends working for them, and it's kind of like when I go work with them, it's kind of like meeting up with my buddies.
Yeah, I get that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But still, there we go. I think
take care, everyone.
I think we've.
Good luck with your own stream, and dinner needs to be sourced. Enjoy it. Get dinner. Get yourself a nice takeaway, Runon. You deserve it. Nice takeaway. Get something decent delivered.
I agree. Yes.
Dragon is saying, please give science fiction questions. I can answer those. Hello, Dragon.
Yeah. Oh, actually, before we go, I think now is probably the time to announce it on YouTube rather than anywhere else. So, at some point in late October, the long-awaited Drake's Drum Dreadnought Dissection, yes, that is the official title now, quadruple alliteration, I'm very happy with it, will be occurring.
With some special guests to be announced, hopefully, because, to be honest...
Indeed.
The question with some of the guests is their ability to use Discord, not their willingness to attend.
The question with others is, are their schedules going to be free? But we can't say more than that without massive spoilers.
So basically, we have some fun potentially coming up, and it's going to be potentially very, very cool. We will sort everything out as we go, and I will do my best to help.
I still haven't forgiven Dr. Clarke for the massive imposter syndrome.
It's fun!
He loves tormenting me.
At some point, I will show you the video of when I got Professor Lambert to talk with bilge pumps. And literally, Jamie Seedal and Drax's faces were... the whole way through. They were...
It's good to know. It's good to know I'm not the only one.
And the funny thing for me was, this is my PhD supervisor. This was my mate, sort of thing. And they're sort of going, how do you get over? I said, basically, by the fourth time, you are sitting down on a bleary Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. before lecture, at like sort of 8 a.m. before 9 a.m. lectures begin, to have a discussion about the week's teaching, with one of you having a hot chocolate, one of you having a bottle of iron brew, or a coffee or a tea, and talking these things through. It's amazing how quickly the imposter syndrome goes. Because you are working with that person and they're calling you by your first name and you're an essential part of their teaching team, because they're going off to give the lecture and then the seminars are your job. So they're having the chat with you and you're their PhD student who's writing your PhD piece and they're doing research, they're giving guidance to that. But also, they're going, right then, so this is what I'm going to emphasize in my lecture. These are the exam questions. Can you structure your seminar around that? Yeah. Seminar will be structured around it. And so you very quickly get over that. But it was still so fun watching their faces, because literally those two were just the whole time going.
I can imagine, like, that would probably blow their minds.
Yes. In the case of poor Prof. Lambert, he was regularly trusting me not to just deal with undergraduates, but also postgraduates. I was regularly the one going, I have the weird master's student group. Yes, you do. Good luck.
Oh, that's very funny.
And they called themselves the weird master's student group, not me. I didn't call them that. They called themselves that, and I had to adopt that title because they preferred that to their official name, which was a whole load of letters. And they just felt that was boring. And they were... And you can imagine what group would call themselves the Weird Master Students Group at King's College London.
Yep.
Yeah, right. Anyway, thank you very much everyone who's been watching. Hope you enjoyed, and it's gonna be fun. Runon, retakeaway, yes, but money. This is why, Runon, you need to set up a Patreon.
Yes.
So we can donate to your takeaway fund.
Hey, I thought it was too early. I was wrong.
No.
I was very wrong.
Someday I will show you the emails and messages I was getting from Drac to set up Patreon. To set my stuff up.
You will set up the Patreon, and you will like it.
He was threatening to do it for me at one point.
Wow. Oh, is this like me and the OnlyFans MacGuffin? Because I haven't forgotten that either.
Oh, I have one of those set up. I have the backup set up in case Patreon ever goes down. I have an OnlyFans.
I was more referring to the Fleet Feet Pics debacle.
Oh no, I really think you should have one. I have, as I said, I have an OF one, and I keep it current by posting a picture of a ship once a month.
Fleet's Discord
I
will
don't
have a lot of
advertise
questions.
it or anything. Yeah, but you know,
Fleet's Discord already exists, but isn't open yet.
Yeah. Fleet of OnlyFans.
Oh lord.
Yeah. It should actually be Feet of OnlyFans. We'll leave that to one side. No, I won't say what I've named my OF system, but yeah. I took some inspiration from Jamie Oliver. Take care, everyone. Thank you, DJ Forty. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, Megascrow. Thank you, Ian Morrison. Nice 681 Rat Dragon. Thank you, Derp Squad. Thank you, everyone who's been watching. Steve Clarke, Leslie, Geo Guy. Thank you, Blackburn Maximus, John Hersted, Timu Locker, Calvin Gasberg. Thank you, everyone who's supporting the channel. Thank you, everyone who's supporting me getting the Kalaxes and all those things. It's really useful. And thank you, Ins Morrison, Wayne. Thank you, Gorbian. Thank you, basically everyone. Styling and profiling battleships and barbecue. Six squadrons for the Channel Fleet. 6 squadrons in battle. Yeah, in the Channel Fleet. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been overkill for the Channel Fleet, but yes, it was. The Royal Navy.
Thank you, Mark Reams.
At various points, the Royal Navy has many battle squadrons. They just keep numbering them away, and that was also honestly a question the other day once about why did the Queen Elizabeth class, why were they the 5th battle squadron, not the 1st battle squadron? And I went, well, because the Royal Navy doesn't always number things in the ways you think it is, and basically the generation of battleships come in and they replace their predecessing equivalents in the previous generation of battleships, and so they get on.
Yep.
And if they decide to keep the older ships, then they get given a number further down than the existing squadrons, and it can get fun and complicated. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for support. Thank you for watching, and well, take care. And I've pushed this on as long as I probably should before I start to collapse.
Take care. We'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully, for big ramblings.
Toodles and have fun. Bye-bye. Give time for Fleet to say bye-bye as well.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.